Referencing and editing external HTML. Referencing HTML from page view. L. Domain name. Enter the domain name of the site containing the HTML you're referencing. Be sure to include the entire name, as in www.netobjects.com. 6. Click OK. Preview your site to see the referenced pages. You can rename referenced pages in Site View, just like you do other pages. To keep track of what part of your site is externally referenced, you might want to use the View tab on the Properties palette to assign a different color background to the icons of referenced pages. Referencing HTML from page view. You can reference an external HTML li as the layout area of a page from page view, and incorporate the li's content, for example, to include existing meta tag keywords or JavaScript definitions. 1. Create a page in Site View. 2. In Page View, from the File menu, choose Reference HTML. The Reference HTML dialog appears. 3. Click Browse. The Open dialog appears. 4. Select the external li you want to reference, and click Open to return to the Reference HTML dialog. 5. Choose whether to import the referenced li's content and manage external assets. Referencing HTML from page view. Referencing and editing external HTML 19:5. L. Import. Select this option to publish the external HTML li's content. Choose Append to Current to add external content to what NetObjects Fusion generates, or choose Replace Current to publish only the external li's content. Caution: don't select Replace Current if the page contains actions or is being published using the CSS and Layers HTML output option. NetObjects Fusion generates content these options require. L. Do not manage or move assets. If you select this option, NetObjects Fusion doesn't copy any external assets into Assets View. Do this if you prefer that path names in the published HTML not be edited from your native code. However, you then have to manage images and other assets yourself. See Publishing Unmanaged Assets on page 19 to 13. 6. Click OK. NetObjects Fusion places this li's in the layout area of your new page. Check here to also publish the li's content, either in addition to, or instead of, the NetObjects Fusion generates. If you check here, NetObjects Fusion doesn't edit path names in the published HTML, but you have to manage images and other assets yourself. 19:6 Referencing and editing external HTML. Referencing HTML as an object. In Page View, the referenced HTML LLS the layout area. Referencing HTML as an object. You can reference an external li as an individual object on a page. Reference an ad banner, for example, an applet created by a Java generator such as Lotus Bean Machine, or any other object requiring special code. You can even put several external LE on a page. For example, you might construct a front page for a company newsletter that includes a slot for each of several externally maintained story leads, and add pictures, actions, or media created with NetObjects Fusion. As when you reference HTML as a layout area, you can incorporate each LES tags and script definitions to include existing meta tag and script definitions. Information about the referenced LE. You can double-click the layout area to open the LE and edit its HTML. See Editing Referenced HTML on page 19 to 13. Referencing HTML as an object. Referencing and editing external HTML 19 to 7. To reference HTML as an object. External HTML tool. 1. In Page View, select the external HTML tool from the Advanced toolbar. 2. Draw a box where you want the referenced content to appear. Put the box in the layout area to publish the content on one page, or in the master border to publish it in the border of several pages. The reference HTML dialog appears. 3. Click Browse. The open dialog appears. 4. Select the external LE you want to reference, and click Open to return to the reference HTML dialog. 5. Choose whether to import the referenced LES content and manage external assets. L Import. Select this to publish the external HTML LES content. Choose Append to Current to add external content to what NetObjects Fusion generates, and what you import from other external objects on the page. Or choose Replace Current to publish only this external LES content. Caution: don't select Replace Current if the page contains actions or is being published using the CSS and Layers HTML output option. NetObjects Fusion generates content these options require. This LES is published in the table cell NetObjects Fusion generates for the object. Select this to also publish the LES content, either in addition to, or instead of, any contents NetObjects Fusion generates. If you select this, NetObjects Fusion doesn't edit path names in the published HTML, but you have to manage images and other assets yourself. 19-8 Referencing and editing external HTML. Referencing HTML as an object. L. Do not manage or move assets. If you select this, NetObjects Fusion doesn't copy any external assets into Assets View. Do this if you prefer that path names in the published HTML not be edited from your native code. However, you then have to manage images and other assets yourself. See Publishing Unmanaged Assets on page 19 to 13. Preview the page to see the object. If necessary, go back and adjust the box's position in page view to get the actual spacing you want. As with other objects, you can drag a referenced object around the page, drag it inside other objects, or even layer it. Add other referenced objects as well as pictures, media, and objects created. In NetObjects Fusion, double-click an external object to edit the HTML. See Editing Referenced HTML on page 19 to 13. Toggling referenced layouts and objects. Referencing and editing external HTML 19 to 9. Toggling referenced layouts and objects. You can convert a referenced layout into an object, for example, to add other objects to the layout area. Or conversely, size a referenced object to the layout area. Use the Lock to Layout option on the external HTML properties palette. 1. In Page View, click in the referenced layout area or object you want to resize. 2. Click the General tab on the external HTML properties palette. 3. Select or clear Size to Layout. Clearing this option adds resize handles to a referenced layout area, so you can resize it, move it, and add other objects to the layout area. Selecting the option removes resize handles from an object, which snaps to the layout. Note: avoid locking a referenced object to a layout if there are other objects in the layout area. You might get unexpected results in some browsers. Managing referenced assets. When you reference an external HTML li, NetObjects Fusion lists the HTML li in Assets view. Unless you choose otherwise, it imports into Assets view pictures, applets, media, and most other external assets the li references. Adds or removes resize handles from referenced HTML. 19 to 10 Referencing and editing external HTML. Managing referenced assets. You can move external assets around in your directory structure in Publish view while maintaining paths. When you publish, NetObjects Fusion edits paths to the assets so they can be found. For example, depending on your original and published directory structures, NetObjects Fusion might change the original HTMLs to in the published HTML. However, NetObjects Fusion doesn't edit paths to other HTML or to anchors within a li. For these links to be maintained, the path names in the original li must work as is when you publish. The original tags must use relative rather than absolute path names, that is, use rather than, and you must position external HTML li in your NetObjects Fusion directory structure so these original paths work. See Customizing your directory structure on page 26 to 21. In particular, NetObjects Fusion manages external assets referenced by these tags. L to non-HTML assets, such as sound li. L referenced HTML li are listed in Assets view. Unless you choose otherwise, pictures and other assets are listed. 2. Rename them. Double-click them to see them in page view, and so on. Publishing native HTML. Referencing and editing external HTML 19 to 11. L. Although NetObjects Fusion manages external applets that are assets of referenced HTML, it doesn't manage classes referenced by the applets. See Publishing Unmanaged Assets on page 19 to 13 for information on getting these classes and other unmanaged assets to the preview folder or web server. Note: once an external asset is imported into Assets view, you can use it anywhere throughout your site. Deleting referenced HTML from your site removes its assets from Assets view unless they are in use elsewhere. Publishing native HTML. When you preview or publish referenced HTML, NetObjects Fusion copies the HTML from the original let to HTML let it creates in the preview or publish folder. If it's managing external assets or including master borders, NetObjects Fusion also adds its own code to the published HTML. Of course, it never modifies your original let. 19 to 12 Referencing and editing external HTML. Publishing native HTML. If you don't want NetObjects Fusion to add HTML to the original code when it publishes, you can choose these options in the Reference HTML dialog. L. When you reference from site view, choose the zero margins master border. NetObjects Fusion doesn't add master border information to the published HTML or impose a table structure. L. When you reference from page view, you can choose Replace Current from the Import drop-down list. NetObjects Fusion publishes the original as is, without adding HTML of its own. Don't do this if you're using actions on the page or publishing using the CSS and layers HTML output option. L. In either case, check Do Not Manage or Move Assets. NetObjects Fusion doesn't copy external assets into Assets view, so it doesn't edit path names in the published HTML. However, you have to publish images and other assets yourself. See Publishing Unmanaged Assets for information. L. Be sure Size to Layout is selected on the external HTML properties palette. When you reference HTML from page view, choose Replace Current. In either case, check this option. When you reference HTML from site view, choose the zero margins master border. Publishing Unmanaged Assets. Referencing and editing external HTML 19 to 13. Publishing unmanaged assets. If you choose not to manage assets when you reference external HTML, you have to get external pictures, media, applets, and other assets to the web server yourself. You can upload the let to the server with an FTP utility, or copy assets manually into Assets view, and they are published when you publish the rest of the site. 1. In Assets view, from the Assets menu, choose New File Asset. The New File Asset dialog appears. 2. Click Browse in the dialog to open an external asset you want to publish, and type a name for the asset. For more information on this dialog, see Adding File Assets on page 25 to 4. 3. Select Always Publish Li in the dialog. This causes NetObjects Fusion to publish the Li, even though it's not listed as being in use. 4. In Publish View, position the asset in your directory structure so when it's published, it can be found by any HTML referencing it. Because NetObjects Fusion doesn't edit paths to unmanaged assets in the published HTML, you must position assets so the original paths will work. See Customizing your directory structure on page 26 to 21. Editing referenced HTML. To update referenced HTML, edit the original using any HTML editor, such as Allerhomesite 3.0, which is included with NetObjects Fusion. To add or modify assets, do so in the original site folder, as well. When you preview or publish the site, NetObjects Fusion copies the original HTML to your site's preview folder or web server. If it's managing assets, it copies asset you add or modify. 2. 19 to 14 Referencing and editing external HTML. Editing referenced HTML. 1. In Page View, select the referenced layout area or object, and click the Edit HTML File button on the external HTML Properties palette. Or just double-click the referenced page or object. Your default HTML editor opens. You choose this editor using the Preferences command on the Edit menu. 2. Edit the HTML. 3. Save your changes and close the Li. Click here in the Preferences dialog to select your default HTML editor, such as Allerhomesite 3.0. Editing referenced HTML. Referencing and editing external HTML 19 to 15. Or double-click the external HTML. Click Edit HTML File on the Properties palette. Your default editor opens for you to edit the original HTML. 19 to 16 Referencing and editing external HTML. Editing referenced HTML. Chapter 20. Data Publishing 20 to 1. Data Publishing. 20. NetObjects Fusion makes it easy to publish information such as employee directories, product and service catalogs, and event schedules. You can enter, manage, and store this information as records either in your NetObjects Fusion site or in an external application such as a database or spreadsheet. To publish the data, you specify its source and create a layout for the pages that will display it. NetObjects Fusion uses your layout to create a separate page for each record, and can automatically provide your site visitor with buttons to navigate between them. This chapter describes how to publish data using NetObjects Fusion, including Static and dynamic data publishing, creating a data object, storing data internally, using data stored externally, creating a data list, creating stacked pages. 20 to 2 Data Publishing. Static and dynamic data publishing. Static and dynamic data publishing. NetObjects Fusion supports two kinds of data publishing, static and dynamic. Static data publishing takes any kind of data, text, pictures, multimedia, and so on from a database or spreadsheet. NetObjects Fusion publishes the data on your site, where it remains unchanged static until the source data is changed and the site is republished. Static data publishing, which is the focus of this chapter, uses data objects that can derive their data from internal or external sources. Dynamic data publishing makes it possible to refresh the data each time a visitor goes to the site. When the browser requests the data, it is assembled on the spot. It does not depend on republishing the site. Dynamic data publishing requires third-party components such as Aulair's Cold Fusion and Fusion 2 Fusion components. http www.aulair.com. Selective server from Fundera. http www.fundery.com. Lotus Domino and NetObjects Fusion Connector. http www.lotus.com. For information on additional third-party components, see Adding Other. NetObjects Fusion Components on page 18 to 18, or visit the NetObjects Fusion website at www.netobjects.com. Storing data with NetObjects Fusion. Using the data publishing capabilities of NetObjects Fusion, you can store text and pictures in a database internal to your site, or import data from external sources, such as Microsoft Excel, Access, and ODBC databases. In both cases, NetObjects Fusion publishes your data in standard HTML pages. This makes it easy to add listings, such as product and service catalogs, employee directories, and event schedules to your site. Storing data with NetObjects Fusion. Data Publishing 2023. Data publishing in NetObjects Fusion uses the following objects. Data objects. A data object is a collection of data ELDs, the definition of what data will be published. Creating a data object is the essential RST step in adding internal or external data to your site. The data object becomes an asset of your site. When you store records internally, you must specify the data ELDs you want to store. When you store records from external data, NetObjects Fusion includes all ELDs available in the source. Data ELDs. Deemed in the data object, data ELDs appear in the stacked pages and are the containers for the data in your site. You can arrange and label the data ELDs, and this arrangement appears in all stacked pages. Data lists. The data list appears on the parent page of the stacked pages that contain the actual data. The data list functions as a table of contents for the internal or external data in your site. You select the ELDs you want to display as column headers in the list. The ELD data from either the internal or external source populates the data list when you publish stacked pages. Each record in your database appears on a separate stacked page below the page containing the data list. Stacked pages are not siblings of each other, but instead are iterations of the same page, containing the ELDs deemed in your data object. The following illustration shows the relationship of these objects for internal and external databases. 22.4 Data publishing. Storing data with NetObjects Fusion. For example, you could publish a backpack catalog on your site, with a record for each backpack. Each row in the data list lets the site visitor navigate to the stacked page that describes the corresponding backpack with a description, photo, and price. To create your backpack catalog, your RST step is to create a backpack data object. You can define a data object once and use it in different tiered data lists. For example, you can create one data list of all the backpacks in your database. With the same data object, you can create additional data lists of internal frame backpacks, external frame backpacks, frameless backpacks, and so on. If you create a data object from an external source, for example, from a Microsoft Access database, and then update or change the external source, you must use Assets view to update the data in your site. For example, suppose your backpack data object references 50 records originally and the external database is increased. Data object with internal data source, data object with external data source. Publishing data. Data publishing 22.5. With 25 new records. After you update your site, the data object references 75 records. The backpack data list contains 75 rows, and there are 75 stacked pages. After you create a data list on a page, NetObjects Fusion generates a stacked page as its child. When you create the layout of the RST stacked page, the remaining stacked pages automatically inherit the same layout. The following illustration shows how the data list page and its child stacked pages appear in site view. Publishing data. In general, when you work with data publishing, you follow this three-step process. 1. Create a data object. 2. Create a data list. 3. Create a set of stacked pages. When you create a data list, NetObjects Fusion automatically creates the RST of your stacked pages, where you create the layout to be used for all the pages in the stack. When you design a stacked page, you create or identify the L data you want to display on the page. L. If you are storing data internally, you enter the L data on the stacked page itself. L. If you are using an external source, the L data is drawn from the external database, spreadsheet, or ASCII text li. Data list page. Stacked pages. 22.6 Data publishing. Creating a data object. When you use the data list tool in page view, you can perform all three tasks within the data publishing dialog. Creating a data object. You can create two types of data objects. L. Internal data objects. These objects reference simple text, formatted text, and picture data ELDs stored within your site. L. External data objects. These objects import simple text ELDs from a data ELD created in a program other than NetObjects Fusion. External data sources. Include external databases, spreadsheets, and ASCII text LA. Use external data if your database is maintained by others who do not have NetObjects Fusion, if you have large quantities of data, or if the data is frequently updated. Note: importing external data takes a single table from a database or a single worksheet from a program such as Microsoft Excel. It does not import the entire database. Create or select a data object. Choose options for the data list. Choose options for stacked pages. Click OK to create the data list and stacked pages. Creating a data object. Data Publishing 22/7. The two data tools appear on the Advanced Tools toolbar. Use the new External Data Source tool to create a data object for external data. Use the Data List tool to create a data object for internal data. The currently selected tool appears on the toolbar. Creating a data object for internal data. Internal data is records and ELDs stored within your site. You enter internal data directly into a stacked page by typing text or numbers and by placing pictures. You can create a data object in Page View or in Assets View. If you create a data object in Page View, you can immediately create stacked pages to contain the data. If you create a data object in Assets View, you must return to Page View to create a data list and stacked pages. To create a new internal data object, 1. Do either of the following. Data List tool. L in Page View, select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. See page 22/6. Click the New button to display the Data Object dialog. New External Data Source tool. Data List tool. 22/8 Data Publishing. Creating a data object. L in Assets View, click the Data Objects tab, and then click the New button on the control bar. The Data Object dialog appears. 2. Select Internal and enter a name for the data object and comments about it. NetObjects Fusion uses the data object name to identify your data object. When it lists all data objects in the Data Publishing dialog and in Assets View. 3. Click the plus button to add a ELD. Fields deem the kind of data you can enter. Creating a data object. Data Publishing 22/9. The Data Field dialog appears. 4. Type the ELD name, select the data type for the ELD, and click OK. Internal data ELDs can store formatted text, plain text, and image LA. L simple text ELDs, all characters in these ELDs share the same formatting characteristics. Simple text ELDs cannot contain paragraph breaks or line breaks and cannot exceed 255 characters. You can sort on simple text ELDs. L formatted text ELDs, characters in these ELDs can be formatted individually. Formatted text ELDs can contain paragraph breaks and line breaks and can exceed 255 characters. You cannot sort on formatted text ELDs. L image LE ELDs, these ELDs can contain an image in one of these formats: BMP, GIF, animated, embedded, interlaced, JPG, JPEG, %, PCX, PICT, PNG, PSD, TGA, or TIFF. You can sort on imagely ELDs. Note: take special care as you deem ELDs. Once you click OK in the Data Field dialog, you cannot delete the ELD from the data object. 5. Repeat steps 3 and 4 to add ELDs. 6. When you are done, click OK in the Data Object dialog. 20 to 10 Data Publishing. Creating a data object. The data object is now an asset of your site, and you can continue as follows. L. If you're working in page view, the data publishing dialog is still open. You can select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20 to 18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20 to 22. L. If you're in Assets view, take these additional steps. A. Switch to Page View. Data List Tool. B. Select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. C. Select the newly created data object from the drop-down list. You can now select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20 to 18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20 to 22. Changing an internal data field name. 1. Switch to Assets view. 2. Click the Data Objects tab. 3. Double-click the data object name. The Data Object dialog appears. 4. Double-click the name of the object you want to rename. The Data Field dialog appears. 5. Type a new name in the name ELD and click OK. You can also change a simple text ELD to an image ELD and vice versa, but you cannot change the type of a formatted text ELD. Creating a data object for external data. External data exists in local desktop databases or in ODBC data sources. To make this data available to your site, you must choose an appropriate driver. Net objects. Fusion uses two types of drivers to access external data. Creating a data object. Data Publishing 20 to 11. L-indexed sequential access method, ISAM, drivers. These draw data from desktop databases, such as Microsoft Access, Paradox Registered, DBase Registered, Microsoft Fox Pro Registered, Microsoft Excel, or Delimited Text LE. L. Open Database Connectivity, ODBC, drivers. These draw data from structured query language, SQL, data sources, such as Oracle and Sybase data. LE. A data source is either of the following: L. An ISAM driver plus a source data LE. L. An ODBC data source, which is an ODBC driver bound to a database. If your system includes both types of drivers for your application, use the ISAM driver, which is faster. In addition, selecting an ISAM driver takes fewer steps. NetObjects Fusion automatically imports all the ELDs available in the external database LI. By default, it imports all external ELDs as simple text or formatted text. To import pictures referenced in an external LI's ELD as image LI paths, change that ELD's type to image. Note: NetObjects Fusion components that support dynamic data publishing are available. Visit www.netobjects.com for information. Creating an external data object from a desktop database. This section describes how you draw data from desktop databases such as Microsoft Access, Paradox, DBase, Microsoft Pro, Microsoft Excel, or from delimited text. Your system must include an ISAM driver appropriate for your source. ISAM drivers are automatically installed with most desktop databases. To create an external data object from a desktop database: 1. Do any of the following. 20 to 12 data publishing. Creating a data object. New external data source tool. L in page view, select the new external data source tool from the advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. Data list tool. L in page view, select the data list tool from the advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The data publishing dialog appears. Click the New button. The Data Object dialog appears. Select External and then click the Source button. L in Assets view, click the Data Objects tab, and then click New on the control bar. The Data Object dialog appears. Select External and then click the Source button. The Data Source Type dialog appears. 2. Select the data LI type from the drop-down list. NetObjects Fusion always lists Access 3.0. Additional data types are available if ISAM drivers are installed. ISAM drivers are automatically installed when you install Microsoft Fox Pro, Microsoft Visual Fox Pro registered, Paradox, Microsoft Excel, or DBase. Note: if the data is in Microsoft Excel 97 workbook format, use an ODBC driver. See Creating an external data object from a SQL data source on page 20-14. 3. Click the Browse button, locate the database, and open it. Creating a data object. Data publishing 20-13. If the LI is a multiple LI database or a spreadsheet with multiple tabs, the Select dialog appears. 4. Select the LI or tab you want to use and click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates the data object and makes it an asset of your site. The data object contains all ELDs in the external source, and takes the name of the selected LI or tab. All ELDs are simple text ELDs, regardless of their type in the source. The data object is now an asset of your site, and you can continue as follows. L. If you're working in page view, the data publishing dialog is still open. You can select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. L. If you're in Assets View, take these additional steps. A. Switch to Page View. Data List Tool. B. Select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. C. Select the newly created data object from the drop-down list. You can now select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. 20-14 Data Publishing. Creating a data object. Creating an external data object from a SQL data source. This section describes how you use an Open Database Connectivity (ODBC) driver to draw data from a structured query language (SQL) data source, such as an Oracle Data Li. Before you can choose an ODBC data source, you must specifically create the data source by binding your data Li to a driver. You can do this in the Windows ODBC Data Source Administrator, found in the control panel as 32bit ODBC, or from within NetObjects Fusion, as described below. If you use MS Office or MS Office Professional for Windows 95, you might already have a set of ODBC drivers installed on your system. If you do not use those products, you must obtain the drivers elsewhere. Contact Microsoft for information. To create a data object from a SQL data source. 1. Create an external data object by doing any of the following. New external data source tool. L. In Page View, select the New External Data Source tool from the Advanced Tools toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. Data List tool. L. In Page View, select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. Click the New button. The Data Object dialog appears. Select External and then click the Source button. L. In Assets View, click the Data Objects tab, and then click New on the control bar. The Data Object dialog appears. Select External and then click the Source button. The Data Source Type dialog appears. Creating a data object. Data Publishing 20-15. 2. Click ODBC and then the Select button. The Select Data Source dialog appears. It displays all the ODBC data sources stored on your computer. You can select an existing data source, or you can create a new data source. To select an existing data source, to select an ODBC source on your system, you can use the File Data Source tab or the Machine Data Source tab. L. File Data Source, select from the list of data sources and click OK. L. Machine Data Source, select from the data source name list and click OK. Depending on the data source type you choose, the Select Workbook or Select Database dialog appears. Follow these steps. 20-16 Data Publishing. Creating a data object. Select a Li in the dialog and click OK. If the source refers to a multiple Li database or a spreadsheet, With multiple tabs, the Select dialog appears. Select the Li or tab and click OK. NetObjects Fusion creates the data object, gives it the name of the selected Li or tab, and imports its ELDs as simple text ELDs. The data object is now an asset of your site, and you can continue as follows. L. If you're working in page view, the data publishing dialog is still open. You can select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. L. If you're in Assets view, take these additional steps. A. Switch to Page View. Data List Tool. B. Select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. C. Select the newly created data object from the drop-down list. You can now select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. To create a new data source, you click New in the Select Data Source dialog. The Windows Add Data Source wizard takes over. Follow the steps in the wizard, or refer to the online help for information. Once the data object becomes an asset of your site, you can continue as follows. L. If you're working in page view, the data publishing dialog is still open. You can select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. L. If you're in Assets view, take these additional steps. Creating a data object. Data Publishing 20-17. A. Switch to Page View. Data List Tool. B. Select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle on the page. The Data Publishing dialog appears. C. Select the newly created data object from the drop-down list. You can now select ELDs and format the data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, and lay out your stacked pages as described in Creating Stacked Pages on page 20-22. Importing images from an external data source. NetObjects Fusion can import images referenced in an external data source. A ELD. In the external data source must provide paths for the location of each image. 1. In your database application, such as Microsoft Excel or Access, create a simple text ELD. In each record enter the full path to each image. For example, C:\my documents \images \photo GIF. You can reference only GIF and JPG LE. 2. In NetObjects Fusion, create an external data object as described in Creating an external data object from a desktop database on page 20-11, or creating an external data object from a SQL data source on page 20-14. Link it to the table that contains your image. ELD. 3. Switch to Assets View and click the Data Objects button. 4. Open the data object for editing by double-clicking it. 5. In the Data Objects dialog that appears, double-click the name of the ELD that contains your images. 6. In the Data Field dialog that appears, select the Image File option. 7. Close both dialogs and switch to Page View. If you have not created the data list and stacked pages, see Creating a data object for external data on page 20 to 10. If you have created the data list and placed the image ELD on your stacked pages manually or by selecting the Display All Fields option. In the Data Publishing dialog, when you created the data list, go to a 20 to 18 Data Publishing. Creating a data list. Stacked page, delete the placed image ELD, then place it again using the Data Field tool as described in Adding Stacked Pages for internal data on page 20 to 25. Each image from the external data appears on the appropriate stacked page. Creating a data list. Once you create a data object, you can create a data list on any page. You create a data list and one or more stacked pages at the same time. NetObjects Fusion automatically includes linked data list icons in the RST column in the data list. The data list thus acts as a table of contents. Each row contains data for, and is linked to, a single stacked page. To create a data list. 1. In Page View, display the page on which you want to place the data list. Data List tool. 2. Select the Data List tool from the Advanced toolbar. 3. Draw a rectangle in the page body. The Data Publishing dialog appears. Select the data object you want to use for this data list. Creating a data list. Data Publishing 20 to 19. The fields list displays the ELDs in the selected data object. 4. Choose a ELD to sort the list. You can sort on simple text ELDs or image ELDs. The records are sorted in ascending order. 5. To filter the data, click Set next to Filter. By default, all available records in the data list and on stacked pages appear. Filter selects a subset of the available records to display. You can create selection criteria that isolate exactly the records you want to appear in your data list. This box identifies the current data object. This box lists the ELDs in the table or worksheet in the current data object. 20 to 20 Data Publishing. Creating a data list. The query dialog appears. 6. Enter your selection criteria and click OK. If you do not use all 3 lines, choose AND from the drop-down list at the end of the last line you use. You return to the Data Publishing dialog. 7. In the data list area, enter a name for the data list. 8. In the fields list, select ELDs to include in the data list by clicking the check boxes to the left of the ELDs. As a shortcut, you can click the Add All button, which marks all ELDs for display. Typically, however, you display only a subset of ELDs in the data list and display all ELDs on stacked pages. 9. To link a ELD to its stacked page, select the ELD in the Data Publishing dialog and click the Link/Unlink button. A data list automatically includes at the left of each row a navigation button that links to the record's stacked page. When you link a ELD, your site visitor can click either the button or the linked ELD to jump to the record's stacked page. 10. To change the order in which ELDs appear left to right in the data list, click a ELD and then click the up and down arrow buttons. Continue to select ELDs and press the up and down arrow buttons until the list is in the order you want. 11. Set the following options for creating stacked pages. Creating a data list. Data Publishing 20 to 21. ELD display all ELDs, places all ELDs available in the data object in a simple layout when NetObjects Fusion creates the RST stacked page. This shortcut can save you the effort of placing ELDs individually as described in Designing the Stacked Page Layout on page 20 to 22. Add navigation buttons, places relative navigation buttons in a simple layout when NetObjects Fusion creates the RST stacked page. This shortcut can save you the effort of creating these buttons, as described in Adding navigation buttons for stacked pages on page 20 to 25. 12. Click OK. The data list placeholder appears. Its column heads are the names of the ELDs you selected for display, and a data list button appears at the left of the RST row. This is enough information for you to use the Properties palette to specify the appearance of your data list. NetObjects Fusion populates the data list only when you preview or publish the page. Data never appears in the data list in page view. 13. Click the data list to see the General tab on the Data List Properties palette. Adjust the settings to change the bullet type, background color, border size, and spacing of data. You can also mouse over the column heading borders and drag them to set column width. Field names identify columns of data. This bullet is the data list icon from the current site style. 20 to 22 Data Publishing. Deleting a data object. When you are satisfied with the appearance of the data list, create a layout for your stacked pages as described in Designing the Stacked Page Layout on page 20 to 22. Deleting a data object. 1. If you created stacked pages for the data object, you must delete the stacked pages and any data lists before you can delete the data object. Switch to Site View and select the stacked pages. 2. Press Delete, and click OK in the warning message that appears. 3. Switch to Assets View. 4. Click the Data Objects tab. 5. Select the data object and press Delete. You see a warning that the deletion cannot be undone. 6. To continue with the deletion, click OK. Creating stacked pages. Stacked pages correspond to records in a database. When you store information Internally in NetObjects Fusion, each stacked page lets you enter data for one record. If you are drawing information from an external data li, each stacked page automatically displays information from a record. Note, you can add or delete stacked pages for internal data, as described in Adding Stacked Pages for Internal Data on page 20 to 25. To add or delete records for external data, you must make the changes in your external database or spreadsheet application and then republish your site. Designing the stacked page layout. The stacked page layout determines the appearance of all the stacked pages. Data, ELDs and non-data objects, text, pictures, or other assets, added to the stacked page. Creating stacked pages. Data publishing 20 to 23. Layout are repeated across all the stacked pages. In addition, layout changes made to any stacked page are automatically applied to all pages in the stack, unless you selected the Display All Fields option when you created your data list. Your stacked page layout is blank. You can add text and graphic objects to this page, just like any other page. The key items to be added, however, are the data ELDs you deemed in the data object. To design stacked pages. 1. Switch to Site View, or use the Site Navigation window in Page View to navigate to the RST stacked page. If you are working with external data, the Stacked Page Navigation button bar indicates this is one of as many records as were imported from the external source. If you are working with an internal data object, the Stacked Page Navigation button bar indicates this is 0 of 0 because you have not created any records yet. Data Field Tool. 2. In Page View, select the Data Field tool from the Advanced toolbar, and draw a rectangle in the body of the stacked page. Drawing a data ELD. 20 to 24 Data Publishing. Creating stacked pages. The Data Field dialog appears, so you can choose which ELD you want to display in the area you drew. The ELDs available are those in the data object you selected in the Data Publishing dialog when you created the stacked pages. 3. Select a ELD and click OK. L. If you are using external data, NetObjects Fusion displays simple text ELD data from the RST record in the data li. To import images, see Importing images from an external data source on page 20 to 17. L. If you are using internal data and selected an image li ELD, the ELD area is marked with an X. Double-click the X to open the Picture File Open dialog. Select the li, and then click OK. L. If you are using internal data and selected a simple or formatted internal text ELD, NetObjects Fusion displays a blank ELD. C. Adding stacked pages for internal data on page 20 to 25 to learn how to enter text in these ELDs. 4. Place additional data ELDs until you have as many as you want. Add text blocks to label your ELDs, lines, and other graphics until you are satisfied with your layout. Creating stacked pages. Data Publishing 20 to 25. 5. If you are using external data, your stacked pages are already created. You can use the next and previous buttons on the control bar to scroll through all pages in the stack. 6. If you are using internal data, add records as described in Adding Stacked Pages for Internal Data. You cannot enter data until you add a record to contain it. Adding navigation buttons for stacked pages. Next and previous buttons simplify navigation between stacked pages. You can automatically add navigation buttons when creating your data list as described in Creating a Data List on page 20-18, or you can create custom navigation aids by drawing or importing buttons, as described here. To add navigation buttons for stacked pages. 1. In Page View, on one of the stacked pages, add an object to serve as a button. You can place text, draw a button using the Draw tool, or import an image using the Picture tool. If you installed the Extras folder, you'll end. It contains pictures specially designed for page navigation buttons. 2. Select the object. 3. Click Link in the Object's Properties palette. 4. In the Link dialog, click the Smart Link tab. 5. Select Next Stacked Page or Previous Stacked Page, and then click Link. Adding stacked pages for internal data. To add a new record to internal data, you create a new stacked page. Each new stacked page has the same layout of data, ELDs, and non-data objects as all the others in the stack. You can create as many new stacked pages as you want. For each new stacked page, NetObjects Fusion adds a row to the data list on the data list page. You can delete stacked pages for internal data whenever you want. 20-26 Data Publishing. Creating stacked pages. Note, you cannot add or delete stacked pages associated with an external data object. To add or delete records when data is stored externally, you must update your external database or spreadsheet application and republish your site. To add internal data stacked pages. In Page View, on the RST stacked page, click the Add button on the control bar. A stacked page with blank data ELDs appears. The counter on the navigation bar indicates the new total of records in the stack. Deleting stacked pages. To delete the current stacked page, in Page View, click the Delete button on the control bar. Adding text and images for stacked pages. When a stacked page displays data from an internal data object, you can enter text and add pictures in ELDs on the stacked page. You cannot edit text on stacked pages that reference external data. To enter text in a text ELD, you double-click the ELD, or press Tab or Shift plus Tab to move the selection from ELD to ELD. To edit a selected ELD, press Enter. A dotted outline with hollow handles highlights the ELD, and an insertion point appears inside. Type the text you want, then click outside the ELD to deselect it. To add an image in an Imagely ELD, you double-click the ELD and select the image you want in the dialog that appears. When you add data to the stacked pages, the data list can display it. preview the data list page to see how it will look in your browser. Chapter 21. Building Dynamic Pages 21-1. Building Dynamic Pages. 21. Thanks to continuing advances in HTML specifications and browser development, you can now make pages dynamic, enlivening objects with movement and function, and using interaction to help deliver your site's message and content. Using NetObjects Fusion, you can add animations, actions, messages, and behaviors to any object on the page, or to the page itself. There's no programming required. NetObjects Fusion provides all the ingredients for a wide range of actions, presented in a standard selection dialog. If you prefer, you can script your own actions in NetObjects Fusion, using JavaScript or VBScript. Experienced programmers can customize the built-in menu of actions. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion generates dynamic pages in Everywhere HTML, a combination of CSS positioning code, JavaScript, and browser-specific HTML code such as Netscape's tag. Everywhere HTML makes dynamic pages work properly in both Microsoft Internet Explorer 4.0 and Netscape Communicator 4.0, with no further configuration or adjustment. This chapter contains an overview, an example of objects, actions, and messages. Design considerations and the dynamic page building process. The mechanics of assigning actions and parameters to objects. Scripting custom actions. 21-2 Building Dynamic Pages. The basics of dynamic pages. The basics of dynamic pages. Dynamic pages contain one or more objects that have actions. These actions can include animations that make the object move on, off, and around the screen, bounce off. Other objects, grow or shrink, or change places. Direct manipulation of the object by the site visitor, typically by dragging or moving it with the mouse. Indirect manipulation of the object by the browser using JavaScript collision detection to prevent two objects from occupying the same space at the same time. Changes to the object's properties, such as its color, location, visible/invisible condition, or some other state. Responses attached to form objects that cause other actions in response to the site visitor's selection or entry. The action mechanism is message-based. Each action is triggered by a specific message, and it sends a specific message in response to that trigger. Because of their capability for animation or interaction, pages with dynamic objects are considered to be coded in dynamic HTML, DHTML. DHTML is not a new HTML standard of specific tags and attributes. It's a general term to describe pages that use JavaScript or other supported scripting languages operating within the browser to provide animation and interactivity. The templates provided with NetObjects Fusion include an example of a page written in DHTML that has objects on it with pre-built actions. See Expanding your site on page 3-11 for information. Note: for reliable performance, actions should be viewed in Internet Explorer 4 or Netscape Navigator 4. The HTML tags that make actions possible are not always supported in earlier versions. The basics of dynamic pages. Building dynamic pages 21-3. Objects, actions, and messages. At their most basic level, actions are composed of a trigger event, an action message, and one or more message targets. A trigger event causes an action to start. Trigger events are expressed as messages about site visitor actions, such as a mouse click or mouse over. Messages about conditions such as the page loading or a particular state of the server. Messages sent from or by other objects. An action message is the information that gets passed from the source object to the target object. An action message can be a statement or a conditional expression. A target is any object that receives the message and acts upon it. Triggering actions. There are a variety of ways that you can deem the triggering event for an action. You can set the state of the browser as a triggering event, so actions are triggered when the page loads, or when the browser leaves the page. You might, for example, deem one set of actions to occur when the page loads, and have another set of actions triggered to reset the objects or the page to their original state when the browser exits. Set actions to respond to various forms of on-screen interaction, including clicking, hovering over, or dragging objects on the page. For example, images are frequently used as buttons to launch actions when the site visitor clicks them. Deem custom messages and then use them as the triggering event for other actions. This lets you link actions together that do not require on-screen interaction or changes to object states. Use completion messages from one action to trigger another action. For example, you can have one image into your page from top right, its completion triggers the in of the second image from the bottom left. 21-4 Building dynamic pages. The basics of dynamic pages. Send cascading messages to grouped or collected objects, so one message gets sent to multiple related objects. An active objects example. Suppose you are creating a site for a nonprofit organization that is having its annual fundraising drive. You want to provide a click for status button that displays a thermometer, indicating the progress of the fundraising efforts. You can do this using a simple action that makes an image appear when you click on a button object. The example works like this. 1. When a site visitor clicks the object, the browser sends a mouse down message to the button object itself. That's how the button knows it has been clicked. 2. When the button object receives the mouse down message, it triggers the object to send a message called object show to its target, an image that is currently on the page, but hidden. 3. When the hidden object receives the object show message, it triggers the action attached to the hidden object, which changes the image object's visible property to true. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21-5. In this example, L. The button object has an action whose trigger event is deemed as a mouse click on that object. When mouse down, send message object show to target. Hidden underscore object. L. The hidden object has an initial setting. Don't show when the page loads. And an action. When object show is received, send message set visible property onto target. Hidden underscore object, myself. The built-in behavior for set visible property on is to display the specified object when the object show message is received. The dynamic page building process. To add dynamic content and actions to your pages, you follow this basic process. 1. Design the activity and effects for each page. Determine the sequence of actions, the possible groupings and arrangement of objects, and the most effective use of cascading actions. Then, compare all the dynamic pages within your site to identify duplication, eliminate conflicts or clashes, and keep a big picture view of the site as a whole. 2. On each page with dynamic content, select the objects and assign the appropriate actions, targets, messages, and parameters. 3. Script custom parameters or custom actions as needed. 4. Preview or publish, then test your results in both 4.0 browsers. The specifics for each step are described in the remainder of this chapter. Adding actions to objects. 1. In page view, select the object to which you are adding an action. 21-6 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. The object's default properties palette appears. 2. Select the Actions tab. The Actions tab displays the object ID for the current object. 3. By default, object initially visible in browser is selected. If you want this object to be hidden when the page is loaded, clear the checkbox. Add Action button. 4. To add a new action, click the plus button in the lower left corner. The Set Action dialog appears. Use this dialog to configure the action by specifying its trigger, target, message, and parameters. 5. To override the default action name, enter a descriptive name for the action in the name eld. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21-7. 6. Specify the triggering event for this action in the when eld. C. Specifying a trigger event on page 21-7 for information. 7. Specify the target for this action in the target eld. The default target is always the object itself. C. Specifying an action target on page 21-9. For details. 8. Specify the message you want this action to send to the target object in the message eld. C. Specifying an action message on page 21-10 for information. 9. Specify the appropriate parameter for this message in the parameter eld. C. Specifying an action parameter value on page 21-12 for information. 10. If your target object is a text box, layout region, or layout, you can send this message to all objects contained within the target object. To do so, select Cascade Action. See Creating Cascading Actions on page 21 to 15 for details about cascading actions. 11. When you finish configuring your action, click OK. The new action appears in the list box of the Action tab of the Objects Properties palette. 12. Repeat steps 3 through 11 to assign additional actions to this object. 13. Preview or publish the site locally and view the results in your browser. To ensure the best experience for your site visitors, test your dynamic pages in both Microsoft Internet Explorer 4 and Netscape Navigator 4. Specifying a trigger event. The RST component of an action is its trigger event or condition. When the trigger event occurs, or the trigger condition is met, the action begins. The trigger event is deemed by its subject and its condition. An action's trigger might occur when the page is loaded or when a transition is started. Your choices for trigger events and conditions vary, depending on the type of object to which you're adding the action. For example, if you are adding an action to a picture object, there are potential mouse-driven trigger events to choose from. Clicked, down, up, over, and out. 21 to 8 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. Keep in mind that the trigger event is itself expressed as a message, in a literal sense. The action is kicked off when the object receives the message that the trigger event occurred. The picture object in the example below won't know that the mouse was clicked until it receives a message to that effect from the browser. This is what happens when you chain actions together in a sequence. You use a message from one action to trigger the next action. Use the When message menus in the Set Action dialog to select the triggering message that kicks off this action. When Eld menu. Button 1. In the Set Action dialog, open the When menu. A list of the event subjects that you can use to deem the trigger event appears. Mouse-driven events, for example, can be triggered when the site visitor clicks the mouse or moves the mouse pointer over the object. Object-driven events can be triggered when the object is hidden, shown, generates an error, or is loaded on the page. Page-driven events can be triggered when the page is loading in the browser, or when the site visitor leaves the page. 2. Point to the trigger category, then click the event or condition you want. To select a custom message, point to Custom and select from the list displayed. See Creating Custom Messages on page 21 to 18. The name of the trigger event appears in the When Eld. The When menu displays trigger categories. Choose an event or condition for a trigger. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21 to 9. 3. Continue setting the action target, message, and parameters as needed. Specifying an action target. The target of an action is the recipient of the action's message. An action can target any one of the other objects or containers on the current page. If you target a container, like a text box or a layout region, you can also cascade the action so the container passes it along to all the objects embedded within it. See Creating Cascading Actions on page 21 to 15 for more information. For example, you might add a fly out to top right action to one picture object and target it at another picture object. When the site visitor clicks the RST object, the second object receives the action message, which triggers it to Y off the page. NetObjects Fusion's default setting is for an object's actions to target itself. Unless you target another object, the action acts on or impacts the object to which it is attached. If you add an action to an object in a master border or an autoframe, and it targets an object in the layout, make sure the target object is always available in all layouts to which the master border or autoframe is applied. Master borders and autoframes are often applied to several pages. If you add an action to an object in the master border and the target is in the layout, the target might not always be available. For example, if you add an action in a master border on a page named Staff Photos, and the target is an object named CEO Picture in the layout, the action will not work while site visitors are on the page named Phone Numbers if CEO Picture is not also in the layout for phone numbers. 21 to 10 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. Use the target LDS object tree to select the target for an action. Target Browse button. 1. In the Set Action dialog, click the Target Browse button. The object tree shows the hierarchy of all the objects on the current page. The object tree shows the page's containers master border, layouts, layout regions, and text boxes with their objects listed below. You can expand or contract the object tree by clicking the plus or minus sign for each level. 2. Select the object you want to designate as the target for this action and click OK. The name of the object is displayed in the target ELD. 3. Continue setting the action message and parameters as needed. Specifying an action message. The action message is the heart of the action. It means what the action really does, what effect it has, and what conditions or behaviors it establishes. An action message is essentially an instruction to the target object, telling it to behave in a certain way. It might, for example, carry instructions for the target object to fly in from top right when triggered. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21 to 11. Your choices for action messages vary, depending on the type of object you are targeting. For example, if you target an action at the layout, there are 3 potential dialogues that you can display: alert, conrem, and prompt. Keep in mind that the action message is itself a trigger that kicks off the action when it is received by the targeted object. The picture object in the example above won't know to Y off the screen until it receives the instruction to do so, which triggers the ying action within the object. Use the Message menu button to select the action message. Message menu button. 1. In the Set Action dialog, open the Message menu. 2. Point to a message option, then click the condition you want. To select a custom message, point to custom and select from the list. See Creating Custom Messages on page 21 to 18 for information. The name of the selected action message appears in the message ELD. 3. Continue setting the action parameter values, if appropriate, to the message you selected. 21 to 12 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. Specifying an action parameter value. Some actions require or accept additional parameters that control some aspect of their activity. In some cases, you can select from a list of predefined parameter values. In others, you can enter a value of your choice. The parameter value you set is sent to the object as part of the action message. The range of choices is determined by the type of action message you assign to this action. For example, the fly message accepts directional parameters, with choices like in from top or out to top left. The alert message, on the other hand, accepts a text string that it displays within the alert box. Use the Parameters menu button to select the parameter values. Parameter menu button. 1. In the Set Action dialog, open the Parameters ELD menu. NetObjects Fusion displays the list of predefined parameter values, if any, are deemed for the selected action message. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21 to 13. 2. Set the value for this action message's parameter by L. Selecting a predefined value from the list. L. Selecting the Values option to set custom values. C. Customizing parameter values on page 21 to 13 for details. L. Selecting the expression option to create a JavaScript expression that generates or otherwise controls the value of the parameter. C. Scripting JavaScript expressions on page 21 to 23 for information. Once you select or set the parameter value, the name of the value appears in the parameter ELD. 3. If you want this action to cascade within the hierarchy of the target object, select Cascade Message. See Creating Cascading Actions on page 21 to 15 for information. 4. Click OK to complete this action and return to the Action tab of the selected object. Customizing parameter values. When you select a predefined value from the parameters list, you are only setting the value of the most important parameter for this action. For example, in the case of the action fly, the most important parameter, the one available from the menu list, will deem where from and where to. The default value for this parameter in this instance is in from top. However, the fly message has other parameters as well, such as speed, duration, and action repeat. All these parameters have default values. You can also set new values. 1. Select values from the parameter drop-down list in the Set Action dialog. 21 to 14 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. The Parameter Values dialog appears, listing all the parameters predend for this message and their default values. 2. Select a parameter whose value you want to change. The value for that parameter appears in the edit eld at the top of the dialog. 3. Set the parameter value. L. If the potential value choices for this parameter are predend, the edit eld might offer a means to select your choice, such as a drop down list, the color picker, a picture file open dialog, or a link dialog. Select the parameter value you want from the available list or dialog. L. If the parameter accepts any values, enter one in the edit eld. 4. Repeat steps 2 and 3 for other parameter values you want to set. 5. Click OK after you set all parameter values. The Set Action dialog appears. Adding actions to objects. Building dynamic pages 21 to 15. Creating cascading actions. If you target an action at a container object, such as a layout or a layout region, you can instruct the target to forward that action's message to every object contained within it. When the site visitor or browser triggers the action, the message cascades down the target object's hierarchy. In effect, the target object forwards the message in turn to each object contained within itself. For example, if you send a cascaded action to a layout, the layout forwards the action's message to each object on the page. Be aware that messages your actions send to either the layout or the master border will apply to the entire page, not just the layout or master border. For example, if you make a button which, when clicked, sends a hide object message to all objects on the layout, it actually sends the message to all items on the page, making everything invisible. If you want a cascading message to affect only a group of objects, put all the objects in a layout region container and send the message to the layout region instead of the layout. Cascading actions are particularly valuable when you want to apply actions to a changing collection of multiple objects. For example, assume you are preparing a site for your company. In the marketing information part of your site, you want to display a map showing the 10 locations of your company offices. The way you designed it, each office location includes a button that superimposes a text object on the page. That text object contains a prole of that location's activities. When a site visitor clicks a location, you want to hide any currently visible prole and display the one linked to the selected location. Cascading messages make this manageable. Without cascading messages, you'd have to include 10 actions with each location. Button, 9 actions to hide other location proles, hide prole 1, hide prole 2, and so forth, and 1 action to display that location's prole object. 21 to 16 Building dynamic pages. Adding actions to objects. Using cascading actions, each location button sends one hide all proles message to the layout. That message is then forwarded by the layout to each object. Within that layout, in effect, the message cascades down the layout's object tree. In this case, hide all proles is a custom message that is not provided with NetObjects Fusion, See Creating Custom Messages on page 21 to 18 for more information. Note that the layout doesn't command its objects to hide. It simply passes along the hide all proles message, and any object that understands that message, because it has an action of its own that is triggered by a hide all proles message acts on it. The selected location button then sends one show message to its corresponding location prole, and that prole object displays itself. The net result, you assign 20 actions, not 100, and when a new OFS location opens in Quebec, all you add is one location button, one prole object, and 2 actions. Instead of having to add the hide Quebec prole message to all other OFS locations. Conjuring cascading actions. 1. In page view, create the objects that you want to act upon, and embed them in the container of your choice. 2. Add the object that will trigger the action. The default properties palette for the trigger object appears. Add Action button. 3. Select the Actions tab and click the Add Action button to add a new action, and name the action if appropriate. 4. In the target object tree, select the container layout, master border, layout region, or text box in which you embedded the objects in step 1. This is the container you want to target for the cascaded action. 5. Select the Cascade Action option. 6. Complete the action configuration as needed, and click OK. 7. Preview or publish the site locally and test the cascading effect. Assigning an action to a text link. Building dynamic pages 21 to 17. Assigning an action to a text link. 1. In page view, select text you want to link. 2. On the Format tab of the Properties palette, click Link. The link dialog appears. 3. Select a link in one of the 4 link tabs. If you want the link to launch the action, but you don't want the link to display a new page in the browser, choose the blank link on the Smart Link tab. 4. Click the Actions button. The Actions dialog appears. 5. Click the Add Action button and add an action as described in Adding Actions to Objects on page 21 to 5. 6. Click OK in the Actions dialog. 7. Click Link in the Link dialog. Customizing actions. The actions, messages, and values described in Adding Actions to Objects are predefined by and provided with NetObjects Fusion. They represent samples of the typical actions you will use to make your pages dynamic. However, you might also want to create custom messages to support specific combinations of actions. Script custom actions using JavaScript or VB script to produce exactly the results you want. Script JavaScript expressions to create effects or perform functions. 21 to 18 Building dynamic pages. Customizing actions. Creating custom messages. You can create custom messages and use them as trigger or action messages. Any custom message that you design and use will typically be used twice, once as the action message, sent when triggered by some other event, and once as the when message, to trigger another event. For example, in the offs locations example described in creating cascading actions on page 21 to 15, the custom message hide all proles works like this. 1. When the site visitor clicks an offs location, the custom message hide all proles is sent as a cascading action message to the layout. 2. The layout receives the custom message, but it doesn't have any actions triggered by this message. The layout cascades the message down to its embedded objects. 3. The custom message hide all proles is received by each object contained in the layout. Each prole object has an object hide action that is triggered by the message hide all proles. As a result, each prole object hides itself when it receives the custom message. To create a custom message. 4. In the Set Action dialog, from the When or Message option menus, select Custom, Edit. The Custom Messages list box appears. 5. Click the plus button. Customizing actions. Building dynamic pages 21 to 19. The Add Message dialog appears. 6. Enter the message exactly as you want it to be used in other actions, and click OK. The message is added to the custom message list box. The next time you select Custom from the When or Message option menus, Net Objects, Fusion displays your custom message as one of the choices. Deleting a custom message. 1. In the Set Action dialog, select Custom, Edit from the When or Message option menus. The Custom Messages list box appears. 2. Select the message you want to delete, then click the minus button. The custom message disappears from the Custom Messages list box. 3. Click OK. 21 to 20 Building dynamic pages. Customizing actions. Scripting custom actions. The action events and messages you can choose from the Set Action dialog are defined by NetObjects Fusion in the default JavaScript beans li /NetObjects. Fusion 3.0 /NetObjects System /NetObjects Fusion JSB. You can also use the Set Action dialog to script your own actions for any object. You can define these actions in any valid scripting language, JavaScript, JScript, VBScript, or CGI. To add a scripted action to an object. 1. In Page View, select the object. The object's default properties palette appears. 2. Select the Actions tab. The Action tab displays the object ID for the current object. 3. By default, the object initially visible in browser option is checked. If you want this object to be hidden when the page is loaded, clear the checkbox. Add Action button. 4. Click the plus button in the lower left corner to add an action. Customizing actions. Building dynamic pages 21 to 21. The Set Action dialog appears. 5. Check the scripted action option in the bottom left corner. NetObjects Fusion modes the set action dialog to display the action. Scripting text box. 6. Use the action text entry L to enter your scripted action. NetObjects Fusion gives you 3 methods for building a custom script. L. You can enter script or paste any valid JavaScript, JScript, or CGI coding directly into the text entry LD. NetObjects Fusion does not validate or otherwise check the code you enter. 21 to 22 Building dynamic pages. Customizing actions. L. You can insert a predefined script from another L. L. You can insert any action you have already deemed for this object. Use all 3 methods as needed to create a scripted action. Inserting a script in a scripted action. 1. In the Set Action dialog, click the Scripted Action option, and then click Insert Script to display a File Open dialog. 2. Use the dialog to navigate to and select the source L for your script. Change the files of type setting to all files, if necessary. 3. Click OK to insert the contents of the selected L. NetObjects Fusion inserts the script from the selected L. This is particularly helpful if you are sharing scripts with other developers, or if you are implementing a script that someone else developed. Inserting an existing action. 1. In the Set Action dialog, click the Scripted Action option, and then click Insert Action. Customizing actions. Building dynamic pages 21 to 23. The list of the actions assigned to the current object appears. 2. Select the action you want to insert, and click OK. NetObjects Fusion inserts a call to the selected action, in the form $action where n is the number of the action as it was created, and places the statement in the text box. Actions are numbered when you create them. 3. Insert other scripts or actions, as needed. 4. Click OK when you finish scripting the action. NetObjects Fusion adds the scripted action to the action list box. Scripting JavaScript expressions. You can script your own JavaScript expressions to use as parameter values for any action. These JavaScript expressions can return individual values for specific. 21 to 24 Building dynamic pages. Customizing actions. Parameters. They can return objects with multiple values. They can obtain values from form objects and forward them as message parameters. You can enter JavaScript expressions directly, or you can assemble an expression out of existing actions for that object. For example, you could define an expression that tests for a particular server condition such as time of day and then launches specific actions that you deemed using the Set Actions dialog based on that condition. For more information about JavaScript and scripting expressions, consult the resources at http://developer.com/directories/director.javascript.html. Customizing actions. Building dynamic pages 21 to 25. To script an expression for the value of a message parameter. 1. In page view, select the object and add any actions that you want to use as components of the scripted expression. See adding actions to objects on page 21-5 for specific steps. 2. In the action list box, select the action whose parameter value you want to set to the expression, and click OK. 3. In the Set Action dialog, set the other values of the action as appropriate. 4. Select expression from the parameter drop-down list. The JavaScript expression edit dialog appears. 5. Enter in the text eld the JavaScript expression you want to use to determine the value of this parameter. 6. If you want to build your expression around or with existing actions, click the Insert Action button. NetObjects Fusion displays a list of actions you already deemed for this object. Select the action you want to insert and click OK. Note: expressions must be written in valid JavaScript. NetObjects Fusion does not perform any error or syntax checking of your expression. 7. When the expression is completed, click OK. The parameter is set to the value generated by the expression, and the Set Action dialog appears. 8. Repeat steps 1 through 4 for other parameter values you want to set to expressions. 21-26 Building dynamic pages. Modifying existing actions. Modifying existing actions. 1. In page view, select the object that has the action you want to modify. The default tab of the object's properties palette appears. 2. Select the Actions tab. The actions you added to this object are listed. 3. To change the sequence of actions for this object, A. Select an action that's out of sequence. B. Press the up or down arrows in the bottom right corner to move the selected action. C. Repeat as needed. Actions are launched by their trigger events, or messages. If 2 or more actions share the same trigger action, they are run in the order in which they appear. 4. To suppress an action so NetObjects Fusion does not include it when the site is published, clear that Actions checkbox on the Actions tab. A suppressed action can, however, be inserted in a scripted action. 5. To change the properties of an action, the name, trigger, target, message, parameters, or cascade setting, double-click the action you want to modify. The Set Action dialog appears with the current action configuration shown. You can change any of these settings as needed. Customizing action choices. Building dynamic pages 21-27. Customizing action choices. The Set Action dialog is dynamically built when NetObjects Fusion starts up, based on the contents of the NetObjects Fusion JSB located in the \NetObjects Fusion 30 \NetObjects system folder. The NetObjects Fusion JSB in turn, is based on the JavaScript beans specification. If you are experienced in JavaScript programming, you can edit this li to add, delete, or modify the choices available from the Set Action dialog. Change the default or potential values of parameters. Replace or supplement the JSB with your own 21 to 28 building dynamic pages. Customizing action choices. Chapter 22. Working with HTML directly 22 to 1. Working with HTML directly. 22. In addition to adding content, links, and HTML actions to your site using NetObjects Fusion's tools, you can work directly with the code to insert HTML and script yourself. For example, you can add meta tags to index your site for search engines, power content with JavaScript or Visual Basic routines, center pages throughout your site, or do whatever else you can when coding raw HTML. You can't edit the HTML NetObjects Fusion generates, but you can add your own code virtually anywhere. Before working with HTML directly, you should be familiar with HTML tags and page structure. There are many books and websites to learn from. If you're not familiar with HTML, you can still complete the tasks in examples of adding page HTML on page 22 to 4 and examples of object HTML on page 22 to 8. This chapter tells you how to add HTML or scripts by accessing the page's HTML, accessing an object's HTML, inserting HTML in a text box, coding your own objects. You can also code custom frames and frame sets, insert code within link tags, and add your own actions. See Chapter 23, Creating Custom HTML Frame Sets and Frames, adding HTML to a link on page 14 to 12, and customizing actions on page 21 to 17. Note: NetObjects Fusion doesn't verify HTML you add, so be sure to use valid syntax, enclosing scripts within and tags, and so on. Also, assets referenced in your HTML aren't managed in Assets view. If you move the HTML or its assets in your directory structure, edit paths in the HTML accordingly. 22 to 2 Working with HTML directly. Accessing the page's HTML. Accessing the page's HTML. You can add HTML or script to the OR of the HTML NetObjects Fusion generates. First, select the area of the page you want to access. The layout area to access the current page's HTML, or a master border or autoframe to access the HTML of several pages. Note: if your site uses frames, access master HTML to add code to the frame set. NetObjects Fusion generates an access frame HTML to customize that frame. Then use the page HTML dialog to add code between the tags, inside the tag, or at the beginning of the one. In page view, click in the layout area, master border, or an autoframe. To select a zero margins master border, click outside the page. See Modifying a master border on page 6 to 4. 2. Click the HTML button on the Properties palette. Click the Frame tab to locate the button for accessing autoframe HTML and adding code to a frame's contents. To access frameset HTML, select the master border or auto frame, then click the HTML button on the General tab, or right-click in the Layout, Master Border or Auto Frame and select Layout HTML, Master HTML, or Frame HTML from the shortcut menu. The Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Click a tab to indicate where in the HTML you want to add tags or script. L between head tags. Adds code to the content, inserting it just before the tag. L inside body tag. Adds code inside the tag, as in where attribute equal value is your code. L beginning of body. Adds code just below the tag. Accessing the page's HTML. Working with HTML directly 22 to 3. 4. Enter your code in the white area of the dialog. Your typing, shown in blue, appears in the dialog's gray area, where you can preview its location in the HTML NetObjects Fusion generates. You can click the Insert button to insert contents of an HTML script, or other text. Click the Field button to insert a ELD. For information on ELDs, see Managing Variables on page 25 to 12. 5. Click OK. Preview the site to test your code, and view the source from your browser to see the resulting HTML. To edit your code, open the Page HTML dialog again, click the tab containing the code, and make your changes. Note, if you convert an autoframe back to a master border, code added to the frame's content HTML is deleted. To add HTML or script between the and inside the tag itself, or to the page's content just below the tag, type or paste your HTML or script in the white part of the dialog. Click to insert contents of an HTML script or other text. Click to insert a ELD. Preview your code in placeholder HTML that NetObjects Fusion generates. 22 to 4 Working with HTML directly. Examples of adding page HTML. Examples of adding page HTML. Centering a page's contents. NetObjects Fusion generates XED width pages by default. As a result, content doesn't widen or narrow when site visitors resize their browsers. If your pages are narrow, you can center them to avoid an imbalance of white space by adding the tag at the beginning of each pages. 1. In Page View, click in the Layout area of the page you want to center, in a master border to center a set of pages, or in an autoframe to center just the contents of the frame. 2. Click the Frame tab. Locate the HTML button for an autoframe. The Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Click the Beginning of Body tab and type. 4. Click OK. Preview the site and resize your browser to test the centered pages. You can use NetObjects Fusion to add a tag at the end of the pages, which is considered standard HTML syntax. Although this breach of protocol might be noted by an HTML code checking program. It doesn't cause problems in your site. For information on scaling page content, see Changing Layout Size on page 7 to 5. Indexing pages for search engines. To give your content the best chance of being found and ranked by search engines like AltaVista, you can add meta tag descriptions and keywords to your pages. Content. Site visitors don't see this information, but search engines require it to index your site. Note, search engines index frame set let, so if your site uses frames, be sure to access master border HTML so your tags are added to the frame set li. Examples of adding page HTML. Working with HTML directly 22 to 5. 1. In page view, click in the layout area of the page you want indexed, or in the master border or auto frame to index a set of pages. 2. Click the HTML button on the General tab of the Properties palette, or right-click and select Layout HTML or Master HTML from the shortcut menu. The Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Click the Between Head Tags tab and enter meta tags that describe your content. For example, type where the content is a one-sentence description containing the most important keywords site visitors might search for. Then type where the content lists all important keywords. 4. Click OK. 5. Register your site with search engines. You must do this separately with each search engine for it to ND your site. Visit AltaVista, Excite, Lycos registered, Yahoo registered, and so on, for information. To see the resulting HTML, you must publish the site locally or on your web server and view the source in your browser. To test the tags you added, publish on your web server and search for keywords using the various search engines. Be patient, as it can take days or weeks for indexers to ND your site. Search engines continually evolve how they use meta tags and other content to index and rank pages, and many of them make this information available at their sites. Check there to ND out about other techniques. 22-6 Working with HTML directly. Accessing an object's HTML. Auto-forwarding from a transition page. You can create a transition page that appears for a few seconds, for example, to display a product logo, and then forward site visitors automatically to another page. You do this by inserting a meta tag in the pages. 1. In page view, click in the layout area of the transition page, and click the HTML button on the Layout Properties palette. The Page HTML dialog appears. 2. Click the Between Head Tags tab and type where seconds is the number of seconds you want the transition page to appear, and http server.domain.com/page.htm is the URL of the page you want to link to. 3. Click OK. Preview the site to test the transition, and view the HTML source in your browser to see your code. Accessing an object's HTML. You can add HTML or script to pictures, media, a text box, or any other object, to modify or control that object. You can enclose the object in HTML tags, or add HTML or script inside the object's tag. You can add code before and after a text box's HTML as described here. For information on inserting code inside the contents of a text box, see Inserting HTML in a text box on page 22 to 10. 1. In page view, select the object you want to add code to, and click the HTML button on the Properties palette. You can also click HTML on the Object menu, or right-click the object and select Object HTML from the shortcut menu. The Object HTML dialog appears. Accessing an object's HTML. Working with HTML directly 22 to 7. 2. Click the tab to indicate where you want to insert HTML or script. L before tag. Adds code just before the object's tag, as in your underscore code, if the object is a picture. L inside tag. Adds code inside the object's tag, as in where attribute is your code. L after tag. Adds code just after the object's tag, for example, to insert a closing HTML tag for any opening tag inserted before the object. 3. Enter your code in the white area of the dialog. Your typing, shown in blue, appears in the dialog's gray area, where you can preview its location in the object's HTML. You can click the Insert button to insert contents of an HTML, script, or other text. Click the Field button to insert a ELD. For more information on ELDs, see Managing Variables on page 25 to 12. 4. Click OK. To add HTML or script before the object's HTML tag. To add code inside the object's tag. To insert a closing HTML tag for any opening tag you inserted before the object. Type or paste your HTML or script in the white part of the dialog. Click to insert contents of an HTML, script, or other text. Click to insert a ELD. See the object's HTML, and preview your code as you type. 22 to 8 Working with HTML directly. Examples of Object HTML. HTML icon. Preview the site to test your code, and view the source from your browser to see the resulting HTML. To edit your code, open the Object HTML dialog again, click the tab where you entered code, and make your changes. Examples of Object HTML. Displaying a message on mouse click. You can display a message when site visitors click an image or text link. One way to do this is by creating a blank link and inserting an on-click JavaScript in the links. Opening tag. 1. In page view, select the image or exact text site visitors are to click, and click the link button on the Properties palette. The link dialog appears. 2. Click the Smart Link tab and select a blank link. See Creating a Smart Link on page 14 to 7 for information. 3. Click the HTML button in the link dialog. The Object HTML dialog appears. 4. Click the Inside Tag tab and type OnClick alert your message, where your message is the text of your message. 5. Click OK in the Object HTML dialog, then click Link in the link dialog. Preview the page and click the image or text to see the message. View the HTML source in your browser to see the resulting HTML. Another way to add this JavaScript to a picture or text link is to create a custom link. In the link dialog, click the External Link tab, choose JavaScript from the URL. This symbol in page view marks an object with HTML or script attached. Examples of Object HTML. Working with HTML directly 22-9. Drop down list, and type the onClick script in the URL eld. See Linking to a new window for another example of creating a link this way. Linking to a new window. You can have a link open a page in a new browser window rather than in the current window, for example, so site visitors can keep the current page around while exploring a new part of your site. To do this, in a window open JavaScript in a Pages, and call the function from the link using the link dialog. 1. In page view, select the image or exact text to be the link, and click the Link button on the Properties palette. The link dialog appears. 2. In the link dialog, click the External Link tab and create a custom link. Message that appears when site visitors click the link. Resulting HTML, including your JavaScript. Choose JavaScript to indicate you're linking, not to another page, but to a JavaScript. Type the name or function call that you'll use in the pages to deem the script's function. The name you type here identifies the link in Assets view. 22-10 Working with HTML directly. Inserting HTML in a text box. URL. Choose JavaScript from this drop-down list. In the eld, type OpenMe. Asset name. In this eld, type New Window, which identifies the link. In Assets view. 3. Click the Link button to close the dialog. 4. On the same page, click in the Layout area or Master border depending on where the link is, and click the HTML button on the Properties palette. The Page HTML dialog appears. 5. Click the Between Heads tab and type function OpenMe. Window open, http server.domain.com/lename.htm. New window. Where http server.domain.com/lename.htm is the URL of the page you're linking to. 6. Click OK. Preview the page to test the link, and view the HTML source in your browser to see the resulting HTML. Inserting HTML in a text box. You can insert HTML or script inside the contents of a text box at the insertion point, for example, to add text attributes or comments to the HTML. 1. In page view, double-click in the text box to get an insertion point. 2. From the text menu, select Insert HTML. The Insert HTML dialog appears. Coding your own objects. Working with HTML directly 22-11. 3. Enter your HTML or script. 4. Click OK. HTML tag icon. Preview the page to test your code, and view the source from your browser to see the resulting HTML. Coding your own objects. You can create an object, such as a Java applet or a table you want to code yourself, by entering HTML or script in an empty text box. 1. In page view, draw a text box where you want the object to go. The box marks the object's position when you publish, but it can grow vertically or horizontally depending on the object. To approximate the published size in your layout area, select Lock Size on the Objects Properties palette. 2. From the text menu, select Insert HTML. The Insert HTML dialog appears. 3. Enter the HTML or script is inserted where you clicked in the text box, in the published HTML. What you type or paste here. For special deals, click here. This symbol in a text box marks inserted code. You can double-click it to reopen the Insert HTML dialog to view or edit the code. 22-12 Working with HTML directly. Coding your own objects. 4. Click OK. Preview the page to test your code, and view the source from your browser to see the resulting HTML. If necessary, go back and adjust the box's position in page view to get the actual spacing you want. What you type or paste here is nested in a cell of the HTML. Table NetObjects Fusion generates. Chapter 23. Creating Custom HTML Frame Sets and Frames 23-1. Creating Custom HTML Frame Sets and Frames. 23. Chapter 22, Working with HTML Directly, described how to use NetObjects Fusion's HTML Access feature to add custom HTML and scripts to pages and objects. This chapter describes how to use the Page HTML dialog to create custom HTML frames entirely from scripts. Understanding the differences between custom HTML frames and autoframes can help you choose which to use. It's easier to create frames using autoframes, and you can customize them with custom HTML or scripts. You can also create the frame set page in another HTML editor, such as Allairs Homesite, and then reference the frame set page as an external HTML page. This way, NetObjects Fusion manages the frame set page as an asset, and you can create the frame set's content pages as regular pages in NetObjects Fusion. See Chapter 19. Referencing and editing external HTML, for information about referencing external pages. Although these tools help you create framed pages to meet most of your needs, on some occasions you may want to create custom frames using NetObjects Fusion's HTML access feature. This chapter starts with a brief summary of HTML frames, components, and includes information on L. Designing a custom frame set, L. Creating frame content and targeting frame links, L. Adding content for browsers that don't support frames. 23-2 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Understanding frames. Understanding frames. Frames are an HTML mechanism you can use to subdivide a page layout so it displays in the browser window as multiple independent areas. Each frame displays its own content, made up of a separate page or resource that can include links, form, objects, regions, or any text, graphic, or media objects. A special type of page called a frame set establishes the combination of frames and frame properties that make up the complete layout. The frame set sets the number of frames, defines their size and placement, and specifies the pages or resources that make up their original or default content. Within a frame set, each frame has the characteristics of an individual page. Site. Visitors viewing a frame set can drag frame borders and scroll frame contents to display information. A link in a frame can display new information in any frame within the frame set, or load an entirely different page that replaces the frame set. You can target links to specify what happens within each frame when a site visitor clicks linked items. In addition to the AutoFrames function, NetObjects Fusion provides HTML access capabilities necessary to create frames directly in HTML. If you know the HTML used to create frames, you can create custom frames in NetObjects Fusion just as you create frames in an HTML editor. This chapter describes how to script a simple frame set. For information on other uses of NetObjects Fusion's HTML access feature, see Chapter 22, Working with HTML Directly. Note: you must know HTML frame coding to script frames in NetObjects Fusion. If you need background information, see the resources at www.newbie.net/frames. Understanding frames. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames 23-3. The frame scripting process. To script frames in NetObjects Fusion, follow this process. 1. Determine how and where you want to use frames in your site, as described in Planning Your Use of Frames on page 23-3. 2. Create a frame set page and define the appearance and function of the frames within it. See Designing a frame set on page 23-4. 3. Add non-frame content for site visitors using older browsers that don't support frames. See Adding content for frameless browsers on page 23-10. 4. Create the content pages that will be displayed in the frames. See Creating frame content on page 23-6. 5. Define links and determine frame targeting. See Scripting and Targeting links on page 23 to 7. The rest of this section covers these tasks in more detail. Planning your use of frames. Begin your frame scripting efforts by planning the appearance and use of frames. Determine which pages within your site you want to display in frames. If you want the entire site framed, for example, then you create your frame set on the site's home page. If you only want certain sections such as technical publications or references displayed in frames, then you can create your frame set as the top page of that section, and arrange the content pages as child pages beneath it. If you apply frames only to a section of your site, decide how you want site visitors to navigate in and out of the framed section. You can link to the frame set from other pages in the site with the normal methods, using either navigation bars or specific object links. To link from the frame set back to the non-framed parts of the site, you must include a properly targeted link on one or more of the content pages of the frame set. If you don't create an exit link, you might leave your site visitor with no way to navigate out of your frame set. 23-4 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Defining a frameset. Plan in which frame your links will display retrieved results. You might want to define default link targets for certain content pages, and specific target frames for selected links. Defining a frame set. 1. In Site View, create and name a new page at the location where you want the frame set. 2. Go to the page in Page View and select the layout. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 3. Click the HTML button. The Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 4. In the text eld of the tab, enter the HTML code that defines the page as a frame set and defines the size, names, and configuration of the frames it contains. For example, the HTML code to create 2 horizontal frames, 1 body frame called main and 1 footer frame called menu might look like this. 5. You can include other HTML frame attributes as needed. For example, to set a frame to have 0 margins, enter this HTML between the frame set tags. 6. Click OK, and your frame set is established. Defining a frameset. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. 23-5. Frame set paths and file names. The src attribute of a tag identifies the URL of the sourcely that RST displays in that frame. This can be a relative path, like the one shown above, or an absolute URL. If the sourcely for your frame is an internal page, you must make sure the src attribute exactly matches the name that NetObjects Fusion assigns when it creates the page. For example, if your source page name has spaces or special characters, NetObjects Fusion converts those special characters and spaces to underscores when it generates the page. When you script your frame to use that page as its source, you must also use an underscore in the sourcely name so the frame can nd the You also have to deem the relative path to the source correctly. Net objects. Fusion determines the relative path to an internal page at the time you are prepared to publish the site. The directory structure you select before you preview or publish your site deems the relative paths between the net objects. Fusion offers 3 predefined site structures, and you can also customize the structure yourself. Customizing your directory structure on page 26 to 21 describes these choices in detail. Relative path scenarios. If you use one of NetObjects Fusion's directory structure choices, consider these relative path scenarios when you deem your frame set. For these examples, page HTML stands for any content page, section _name refers to any site section, and index HTML represents your home page. Your only names may be different. If you publish with a flat directory structure, NetObjects Fusion puts all content, including the home page, in the same directory. Relative paths in a structure are always expressed as /page HTML or /index HTML. If you publish with by asset type directory structure, NetObjects Fusion puts the home page in the top directory, and all content pages in the /HTML subdirectory. 23-6 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Creating frame content. Below it, other types of assets have their own subdirectories. Relative paths in an asset type structure are expressed as follows. If the frame set is the home page for your site, the relative path to your content pages is /HTML/page HTML. If the frame set is not your home page, the relative path to your content pages is /page HTML. If the frame set is not your home page, but you want to use the home page as a source for one of your frames, the relative path to the home page is /index HTML. If you publish with by site section directory structure, NetObjects Fusion puts the home page in the top directory, creates a subdirectory named for each major section of the site, and puts the content pages into subdirectories for each section. Relative paths in a site section structure can be expressed as follows. If the frame set is the home page for your site, the relative path to your content pages is /section _name /page HTML. If the frame set is in the same section as its content pages, the relative path to the content pages is /page HTML. If the frame set is in a different section than its content pages, the relative path to the content pages is /section _name /page HTML. If the frame set is not your home page, but you want to use the home page as a source for one of your frames, the relative path to the home page is /index HTML. Creating frame content. After you deem your frame set, you add or rename the content pages or resources for each frame. You can use all NetObjects Fusion tools that you would normally use for page and content development, but consider these issues. The frames created by your frame set constrain the size of your content pages. For example, if you set frames to be unscrollable and then create a content page that's too big for the frame, your site visitor won't be able to see the entire page. Keep track of your frame dimensions and reset your layout size to match. Scripting and targeting links. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames 23-7. Arrange the hierarchy of your site to support your framed content. For example, if you want the frame set to be the sole access point for the pages in the frames, organize the content pages as children of your frame set page. This simplifies managing NetObjects Fusion's automatic navigation links. Links within scripted frames have special targeting requirements, which are discussed in the next section. Scripting and targeting links. Targeting is the technique of specifying which frame a link is supposed to use to display its retrieved content. When a site visitor clicks a link within a scripted frame, the retrieved content can appear in one of three targeted locations. The frame that contains the link itself. This is the default browser behavior, but it's not usually the targeting behavior that you want. A default target frame that you deem for a particular frame content page. If you set a default target for the page in left_frame, for example, all links on that page retrieve their content into the target frame, unless you deem a different, specific target for individual links. A specific target deemed only for that link. This target can be any other frame in the current frame set. A full browser window with no frames. This replaces the frame set with the retrieved content displayed in the full browser window. A new, additional browser window, also known as a browser instance. This leaves the original browser window open and the original frame set intact. 23-8 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Scripting and targeting links. Note, if you do not specify any default or specific targets, links within your frames follow the default browser behavior, the retrieved content displays in the same frame as the link, overwriting the page containing the original link. Scripting a default target frame. You can set the default target frame for any content page, whether it's the original content for that frame, the page entered as the value of src in the tag, or simply another content page. If, for example, you create a frame intended to provide site navigation, then you set its default target to be the body or main frame, so all links display their content in the proper frame. To script a default target frame. 1. In page view, open the content page to be targeted. 2. Click the layout. The General tab of the Layout Properties palette appears. 3. Click the HTML button. The Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 4. In the text field on that tab, enter using the actual name of your target frame. For example, you might use the following HTML for the source li for a navigation frame. 5. Click OK. 6. Add or select several objects in the layout of this page and link them to appropriate pages or resources. Scripting and targeting links. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames 23 to 9. 7. Preview or publish your site and view the frame set page. Then test the default links. All retrieved resources should be displayed in the targeted frame. Scripting targeted links. You can also define a specific target frame for each individual link. As noted previously, these targets can be another frame in the current frame set, a full browser window with no frames, or an additional browser instance. 1. In page view, select an object or text to link. 2. In the properties palette for that object, click Link. The link dialog appears. 3. Select the tab for the type of link you want and select the page, resource, or anchor you are linking to. 4. Click the HTML button to display the object HTML dialog. 5. Select the Inside Tag tab and enter the following HTML using the actual name of your target frame. For example, you might use the following HTML for a link to a secondary menu page. 6. Click OK and the link dialog appears. Click Link to complete the link. 23 to 10 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Adding content for frameless browsers. Adding content for frameless browsers. Some site visitors may have browsers that don't support frames, so you should include unframed content to give them some information when they access your site. Site visitors using browsers that do support frames do not see this content. To deem this alternate content for frameless browsers, you can use the HTML tag to add text, pictures, and links to the frame set that you created by modifying the layout HTML and the contents of your frame set. Page 1. In page view, open the frame set page. 2. Click the layout. The general tab of the layout properties palette appears. 3. Click the HTML button to display the Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog. 4. Select the Beginning of Body tab. In the text field of this tab, enter your message to frameless site visitors, using any valid HTML tagging. Adding content for frameless browsers. Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames 23 to 11. For example, your message might look like the GUR below. 5. Click OK to close the dialog. 23 to 12 Creating custom HTML frame sets and frames. Adding content for frameless browsers. A site visitor with a browser that supports frames sees the framed site as you designed it. A site visitor with an older, frameless browser sees the message, such as in the example. Chapter 24. Working with autoframes 24 to 1. Working with autoframes. 24. When you use autoframes, you use the master border to create an HTML frame set, a multi-paned page that lets you deliver multiple content pages in one browser window. When you preview or publish the site, NetObjects Fusion converts all pages that use that framed master border into content pages for the frame set. The process of using autoframes to create a frame set is described in using autoframes on page 6 to 9. This chapter expands your use of autoframes to exercise greater control over framed pages. It explains how NetObjects Fusion generates HTML pages that contain autoframes, and describes how to add HTML or scripts to individual frames or the main frame set, so you can customize autoframe pages. For example, you can target links in your autoframes to specify where they display results. Include content within the HTML tag, so site visitors using frameless browsers, older browser versions that don't support frames see some content or message. Add tags and information to any frame set or frame content pages. The combination of autoframes and custom scripting will probably meet your needs for frame-based pages. To create your frames completely from scratch, see Creating Custom HTML Frame Sets and Frames on page 23 to 1. The chapter includes targeting links in autoframes, including content for frameless browsers, scripting other custom HTML for autoframes, browser refresh factors for autoframe pages. 24 to 2 Working with autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. Before you customize autoframes, you should understand these basics about HTML frame targeting. HTML frames divide the browser window into multiple areas. When a site visitor clicks a link that's placed within a frame, including the main or body frame, the browser has to know where to display the results. The frame that displays the retrieved content is considered the target of the link. When you specify which frame is to display the results of a link, you are targeting that frame. In HTML, you can set a default target for a frame that targets all its links to a specific frame, or you can deem targets for individual links. You can also do both. An individual link target overrides any default target set for that page. When NetObjects Fusion generates autoframe pages, it inserts a statement into the HTML of each frame. This deems the frame set as the default target for any links within each frame. You can override this default by denning an individual link to target a specific frame. You cannot reset the default target in autoframes. However, if your page design requires that you set a specific default target, you have to script the frames yourself. See Scripting a Default Target Frame on page 23 to 8 for information. When NetObjects Fusion generates the autoframes, it names the frames left, right, header, footer, and body. The read-only frame name on the Frame tab of the Master Border Properties palette displays the name of the currently selected frame in gray text. Targeting links in autoframes. Working with autoframes 24 to 3. If the framed master border contains a dynamic element such as a banner, highlighted navigation buttons, or a smart link, NetObjects Fusion names the source page for that frame one of the following: left_page name HTML, L right underscore page name HTM. L bottom underscore page name HTM. L top underscore page name HTM. Where page name is the name of the page that forms the frame set. The dynamic element, by definition, changes from page to page, so net objects. Fusion has to create separate pages for each master border. If the master border does not contain any dynamic elements, net objects Fusion names the source page for that frame one of the following: L left underscore master border name HTM. L right underscore master border name HTM. L bottom underscore master border name HTM. L top underscore master border name HTM. This source page is then used by all the frame set pages that share that master border. Targeting specific links. When you add a link to an object located in an autoframe frame set, you can target the retrieved results to display in one of three places. L in a different frame on the same page within the same frame set. Use this to target content to display in any frame other than the body frame. L in the full browser window with no frames. This removes the current frame set and displays the retrieved content in the full browser window. L in a new, additional browser window opened just for that purpose. This window is also known as a new browser instance. This leaves the original browser window open and the original frame set intact. 24-4 Working with autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. When you create autoframes, you must also consider whether the browser refreshes all or part of the entire frame set when a site visitor clicks a link. Although this is not a linking issue, it has an impact on visitors to your site. For more information, see Autoframes and Browser Refresh on page 24-10. Targeting a link to internal pages. 1. In page view, select the object or text that you want to link. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the link button. The internal link tab of the link dialog appears. 3. If you're linking to an internal page, select the page to be linked from the page name list. To target a specific anchor on that page, select it from the Select Anchor drop-down list. If you're linking to an anchor location on the current page, select Current Page and choose an anchor from the Select Anchor drop-down list. 4. Choose the target frame in which you want to display the linked information from the Select Frame Target drop-down list. 5. Click Link to close the dialog and create the link. Targeting links in autoframes. Working with autoframes 24-5. 6. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML Directly, for information on scripting techniques and requirements. Targeting a smart link to internal pages. 1. In page view, select the object or text that you want to link. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the link button. The internal link tab of the link dialog is displayed. 3. Select the Smart Link tab. 4. Select the smart link you want from the link types list. 5. Select the targeted autoframe from the Select Frame Target drop-down list. 6. Click Link to close the dialog and create the link. 7. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. Targeting a link to external pages. 1. In Page View, select the object or text that you want to link. 24-6 Working with autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the Link button. The internal Link tab of the Link dialog appears. 3. Select the External Link tab. 4. If you are linking to a new external resource, A. Select the correct protocol for this resource from the URL drop-down list. HTTP// is the default for HTML pages. B. Enter the complete URL for the linked resource in the second URL eld. C. Enter a name for the external resource in the asset name eld. If you are linking to an existing external resource, select its name from the list of link assets. 5. Select the targeted autoframe from the Select Frame Target drop-down list. 6. Click Link to close the dialog and create the link. 7. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. Targeting links in autoframes. Working with autoframes 24/7. Targeting a file link. 1. In Page View, select the object or text that you want to link. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the Link button. The internal Link tab of the Link dialog appears. 3. Select the File Link tab. 4. If you are linking to a newly resource, A. Enter the complete URL for the linked resource in the URL eld. Or click Browse to open a LI dialog and ND the resource. B. Enter a name for the external LI in the asset name eld. If you are linking to an existing LI resource, select its name from the list of LI assets in the dialog. 5. Select the targeted autoframe from the Select Frame Target drop-down list. 6. Click Link to close the dialog and create the link. 7. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. 24/8 Working with autoframes. Targeting links in autoframes. Targeting the full browser window. To display the retrieved resource in the full browser window regardless of the type of link you use, you can script the necessary targeting HTML yourself. 1. In Page View, select the object or text that you want to link. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the Link button. NetObjects Fusion displays the internal Link tab of the Link dialog. 3. Select the tab for the type of link you want: internal, Smart Link, external, or file. 4. Select or enter the page or resource that you are linking to the selected object. 5. Make sure Select Frame Target drop-down list is set to None. 6. Click the HTML button. The Before Tag tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 7. Select the inside tag tab. In the text eld, enter target =_top. This inserts your target statement inside the link tag that NetObjects Fusion creates for your object. The value _top is an HTML default that displays the retrieved resource in the full browser window. 8. Click OK to close the page HTML dialog. 9. Click Link to create the targeted link. 10. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. Targeting links in autoframes. Working with autoframes 24-9. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML directly, for information on scripting techniques and requirements. Targeting a new browser window. To display a linked resource in a new browser window, you can script the necessary targeting HTML. 1. In page view, select the object or text that you want to link. The object's properties palette appears. 2. Click the link button. The internal link tab of the link dialog appears. 3. Select the tab for the type of link you want: internal, smart link, external, or file. 4. Select or enter the page or resource that you are linking to your selected object. 5. Make sure the select frame target is set to none. 6. Click the HTML button. The Before Tag tab of the page HTML dialog appears. 7. Select the Inside Tag tab. In the text eld, enter target =_blank. This inserts your target statement inside the link tag that NetObjects Fusion creates for your object. The value _blank is an HTML default that displays the retrieved resource in a new browser window. 8. Click OK to close the page HTML dialog. 24-10 Working with autoframes. Adding content for Framulous browsers. 9. Click Link to create the targeted link. 10. Preview or publish locally and test your targeted links. See Chapter 22, Working with HTML directly, for information on scripting techniques and requirements. Autoframes and browser refresh. When a site visitor clicks an untargeted link in a frame that you created with autoframes, the browser either refreshes the content of the body frame only, or it refreshes the entire page. Although this doesn't affect the appearance of the page, for performance reasons you don't want the browser to refresh the entire page unnecessarily. The HTML code that NetObjects Fusion generates for your autoframe pages controls this according to the factors listed below. In all cases, this is based on untargeted links that depend on the default target of the frame. Use this information to plan your use of autoframes. The browser refreshes the entire window if any one of the framed master borders contains a dynamic object, such as a banner, highlighted navigation buttons, or a smart link. The dynamic object, by definition, changes from page to page, so the browser has to load the new page. The browser exits the frame set and displays the retrieved resource in the full browser window if the link retrieves a page with a different master border, or an external HTML page. If neither of these conditions exist, the browser refreshes the body frame only. Adding content for frameless browsers. Some site visitors might have browsers that don't support frames, so you should include unframed content. Site visitors using browsers that support frames do not see this content. To gain alternate content for frameless browsers, you can use the HTML tag to add text, pictures, and links to the frame set that you created with autoframes. Adding content for frameless browsers. Working with autoframes 24-11. 1. In page view, click a border of the frame set page. The General tab of the Master Border Properties palette appears. 2. Click the HTML button. The Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Select the Beginning of Body tab. In the text eld of this tab, enter your message to frameless site visitors, using any valid HTML tagging. For example, your message might look like the GUR below. 4. Click OK to close the dialog. 24-12 Working with autoframes. Adding content for frameless browsers. A site visitor with a browser that supports frames sees the framed site as you designed it. A site visitor with an older, frameless browser sees the message. Adding other scripts to autoframes. Working with autoframes 24-13. Adding other scripts to autoframes. You can use the Page HTML dialog to add custom HTML or scripts to any frame in the frame set, or to the frame set itself. 1. In page view, click a border of the frame set page. The General tab of the Master Border Properties palette appears. 2. Click the HTML button. The Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 3. Select the tab that places your HTML or scripting in the proper location. In the text eld of this tab, enter the HTML or script for the current frame. 4. Click OK to close the dialog. To add HTML or scripts to an individual frame. 5. In page view, click the frame to which you want to add HTML or script. The General tab of the Master Border Properties palette appears. 6. Select the Frame tab and click the HTML button. The Between Head Tags tab of the Page HTML dialog appears. 7. Select the tab that places your HTML or scripting in the proper location. In the text eld of this tab, enter the HTML or script for the current frame. 8. Click OK to close the dialog. For example, you may want to help search engines categorize your site by adding a set of keywords to the frame set using the HTML tag. See Indexing Pages for search engines on page 22-4 for an example of tag scripting. 24-14 Working with autoframes. Adding other scripts to autoframes. Chapter 25. Managing Assets 25-1. Managing Assets. 25. NetObjects Fusion can manage all the links, data objects, and variables used in your site. In Assets view, you can navigate to the pages on which these assets appear, delete unused assets, and verify the location of assets that are in use. Because NetObjects Fusion uses aliases for LA and external links, you can globally replace an item that appears on several pages, such as a picture, an applet, or an external link by replacing it once in Assets view. If you insert a variable in text boxes on different pages, you can edit the value of the variable in Assets view, and NetObjects Fusion updates all instances of the variable throughout your site automatically. This chapter describes the features of Assets view, including managing LA, managing links, managing data objects, managing variables. 25-2 Managing assets. Working in Assets view. Working in Assets view. When you switch to Assets view, choose which kind of asset to view by clicking one of the 4 tabs below the control bar. You can sort a list by clicking a column heading, and you can change the width of any column by dragging the column divider to the left or right. Depending on the selected asset type, Assets view lists. Click a tab to see LI assets, links, data objects, or user-defined variables. Click a column heading to sort the table. Drag the column divider to change column width. Files, links, data objects, variables. Name. Type, link to contents. In use type. Location, target. Size, verify status. Date. Verify status. Managing file assets. Managing assets 25-3. Managing file assets. When you click the Files tab, a list of the LA associated with your site appears, including external LA and those generated by NetObjects Fusion. File types include L images, L audio, L video, L applets/plugins, L JavaScripts, L HTML. In Assets view you can add new assets and edit the names of assets. You can go directly to the page containing a selected asset. You can replace assets, delete selected assets, or delete all unused assets in a single action. You can verify the locations of assets in your site, and you can open an asset.ly for editing in the application that created it. 25-4 Managing assets. Managing file assets. The file dialog displays an asset's name, location, and the pages on which it is used. To display the file dialog, double-click the asset's name in the Assets Files view. Note: image LA that you place on stacked pages to populate an internal data object are not listed in Assets view. You can manage such LA directly on the stacked pages. For information about data objects and stacked pages, see Chapter 20, Data. Publishing. Adding file assets. 1. In Assets view, from the Assets menu choose New File Asset, or click New on the control bar. The file dialog appears. 2. In the location eld of the file dialog, type the path and LI name of the asset you want to add, or click Browse and select a Li. 3. If you want, edit the asset name and click OK. See Editing Asset Names and Locations on page 25-5. 4. To force publication of the Li, even if it is not in use, you can select Always Publish Li. This is the asset's location. This is the name that appears in the name list in the asset's file view. These are the pages on which the asset is used. Managing File Assets. Managing Assets 25-5. If the new asset is an image Li, its name appears on the Image Assets tab of the Picture File Open dialog. When you add an asset in this manner, it is available for use in your site, but it is not yet actually in use. For information about placing image assets, see Using Image Assets on page 10-13. Editing asset names and locations. Giving custom names to assets can make them easier to manage. For example, if you have an image Li of an arrow that indicates the next page in the site, you could name this asset Next Page and place it on several pages. If you later decide to change the image to a pointing enger, you need only edit the Li asset so Next Page uses the pointing enger image Li. NetObjects Fusion automatically changes the image on all the pages that include the Next Page image asset. To edit an asset's name. 1. In Assets View, double-click the name in the files list to display the file dialog. 2. Type a new name into the name in the name eld and click OK. You can also edit the location directly in the file dialog. For example, you could enter a URL instead of a Li path to point to a dynamic image on a server. Such images, however, are represented by an X in page view, because the asset is not accessible. This asset has been renamed. 25-6 Managing Assets. Managing File Assets. Displaying pages containing file assets. 1. In Assets View, double-click a Li asset to open the file dialog. 2. Select the page you want to see from the list of pages. 3. Click the Go To button. The page you selected appears in page view. Replacing file assets. You can change all occurrences of one asset Li to another Li. To replace an asset throughout the site. 1. In Assets File View, double-click the name of the asset you want to replace. 2. In the Location eld of the file dialog, type the location of the replacement asset Li, or click Browse and select the Li from the dialog that is displayed. 3. If the asset is a picture, the Picture File Open dialog appears. Select a new Li from the Folders tab or an existing asset from the Image Assets tab and click Open. 4. Click OK in the File dialog to change all occurrences of this asset. Note, if the asset is an image and the replacement image is not the same size as the original, you must go through the site and resize the new images accordingly. Thumbnail of the selected picture. Managing file assets. Managing assets 25-7. Deleting file assets. To delete a LI asset that is not in use. In Assets view, select the LI you want to delete, and choose Delete File Asset from the Edit menu or press Delete. Click Yes to confirm the deletion. To delete a LI asset that is in use. 1. In Assets view, double-click the asset you want to delete and select Delete File Asset from the shortcut menu. 2. Click Yes to confirm that you want to delete the asset. Note, you cannot undo this operation. You must use the new file asset command on the Assets menu to recreate the LI asset. 3. Click Yes to reconfirm that you want to delete the asset. 25-8 Managing Assets. Managing File Assets. Deleting all unused file assets. 1. In Assets view, from the Assets menu choose Delete all unused file assets. 2. Click Yes to confirm the deletion. NetObjects Fusion removes all LI assets for which the in-use indicator is not yes. Note, you cannot undo this operation. You must use the new file asset command to recreate LI assets. Verifying file assets. To determine whether all LI assets are in their expected directories. 1. In Assets view, from the Assets menu choose Verify all file assets. NetObjects Fusion varies and reports the path status of all LI. When a LI's path information is correct, NetObjects Fusion lists the date and time found in the Verify status column. When a LI's path information is incorrect and the LI or folder cannot be found, NetObjects Fusion displays this dialog. 2. Resolve the paths of any lost LI or folders. Managing links. Managing assets 25-9. To specify a new path, click Browse and locate the LI or folder. To skip the lost item and continue verification, click Skip. NetObjects Fusion gives this LI not found status and goes on to verify subsequent LI or folders. To stop the verification process, click Cancel. The verification status of the current LI or subsequent LI is not updated. 3. When verification is complete, click OK in the confirmation dialog. Opening file assets. You can open a LI asset in the application with which it is associated. For example, you can open a GIF or JPEG LI in your Paint program directly from NetObjects Fusion. To open a LI asset. 1. In Assets view, select the asset. 2. From the Assets menu choose Open Asset. For information on LI types and applications, see to create or modify a LI type. In Windows 95 Help. Managing links. When you click the Links tab, a list of all the links used in your site appears, including external links, user-defined internal links, and smart, structural links. For information on links, see Chapter 14, Creating Links and Anchors. Links between entries in a data list and their associated stacked pages do not appear in Assets view. You can manage such links directly on the data list pages. 4. Complete information about data lists, See Creating a Data List on page 20 to 18. 25 to 10 Managing Assets. Managing Links. Updating an external link. 1. In Assets Links view, double-click the external link you want to update. The Links dialog appears. 2. Change the name in the name ELD if desired. 3. Update the URL in the link to ELD and click OK. Displaying the page containing a link. 1. Double-click the link in Assets Links view. The Links dialog appears. 2. Select the page you want to see in the list of pages. 3. Click the Go To button. The page you selected appears in page view. Adding a link. 1. In Assets Links view, from the Assets menu choose New Link, or click the New button on the control bar. The Links dialog appears. 2. Enter a name and destination for your link and click OK. List of pages that use the link. Managing Links. Managing Assets 25 to 11. Deleting a link. 1. In Assets Links view, select the link you want to delete. 2. From the Edit menu choose Delete Link, or press Delete. 3. Click Yes to confirm the deletion. Note, you cannot undo this operation. You must use the Add Link command to recreate the link. Verifying links. To determine whether all link destinations can be located. 1. In Assets Links view, from the Assets menu choose Verify All Links. NetObjects Fusion displays a progress bar as it varies and reports the status of link destinations. It accesses the Internet to verify external link references. When a link's destination is found, the date and time of validation appear in the Verify Status column. If a link's destination is not found, the problem is described in the Verify Status column. When verification is complete, the progress bar disappears. 2. Resolve the destinations of any broken links by double-clicking the link and editing it as described in the previous section. Link verification takes place in the background, so you can switch to another view and continue working while the links are being verified. To verify links through a proxy server, open the Windows 95 control panel and double-click the Internet icon. In the Internet Properties dialog, click the Advanced tab, and configure your proxy settings. 25 to 12 Managing Assets. Managing Data Objects. Note, NetObjects Fusion might not be able to verify destinations that are on the other side of a wall. Also, after verification any mail-to links display unsupported URL type because NetObjects Fusion cannot verify whether an email address is valid. Managing Data Objects. Data objects are collections of ELDs of data. You can use a data object to publish data without using CGI scripts or database programming. For information about data objects, including how to create them in Assets View, see Chapter 20, Data Publishing. When you click the Data Objects tab, NetObjects Fusion displays a list of all the data objects used in your site. You can edit the name and ELD names of an internal data object and add new ELDs. See Changing an internal data field name on page 20 to 10. For an external data object, you can change simple ELDs to image ELDs and vice versa, but you cannot edit ELD names or add new ELDs, because these items depend on data in the external data li. Managing variables. Text variables make it easy to update text that appears throughout your site. User defined variables are displayed in Assets Variables view so you can edit, create, or delete them. NetObjects Fusion also provides standard variables, such as the date and time the site was created or last moded, but these are not displayed in Assets Variables view. Adding a variable. 1. In Assets Variables view, from the Assets menu choose New User Defined Variable, or click New in the control bar. Managing Variables. Managing Assets 25 to 13. The new variable dialog appears. 2. Enter a name and value for your variable and click OK. Editing a variable. 1. Double-click the variable in Assets Variables view. The Edit Variable dialog appears. 2. Edit the name and value of the variable and click OK. If you edit the value of the variable, NetObjects Fusion updates all text blocks containing that variable with the new value. 25 to 14 Managing Assets. Managing Variables. Deleting a variable. 1. In Assets Variables view, select the variable you want to delete. 2. From the Edit menu, choose Delete User Defined Variable, or press Delete. 3. Click Yes to confirm the deletion. Note, you cannot undo this operation. You must use the new variable command to recreate the variable. Do not delete a variable that is in use. If you do, it will be replaced with undefined user variable name in the text where it was used. Chapter 26. Publishing your site 26 to 1. Publishing your site. 26. When you complete your site design and development, you're ready to publish the results as a collection of HTML pages and associated assets. Publishing is similar to previewing your site, with one major difference. When you preview your site, NetObjects Fusion automatically generates and stores your site in the site name /preview folder and creates absolute paths to your site's assets. When you publish, you can control the location of your published site, directing NetObjects Fusion to store your site on a local disk or a remote server. This chapter tells you about the publishing process, describes the functions and features of Publish View, and tells you how to publish your site by selecting the default HTML output method, designing the server li and directory structure, defining local and remote server locations, publishing your site locally or remotely. Note, sites published with NetObjects Fusion work with any web server, on any operating platform. No special web server extensions are required. If your site contains server-side components including NetObjects Fusion message board or Form handler components, CGI scripts, or third-party components such as Allaire. Fusion to Fusion, it will require additional server setup. 26-2 Publishing your site. The publishing process. The publishing process. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion generates HTML pages and associated assets from the information in the site name node.li, which contains your site structure, page design, content, links, and assets. If you are publishing to a remote server, NetObjects Fusion opens an FTP session and connects to the remote server. Then the HTML pages and assets of your site are stored in the location of your choice, using the li and directory structure you specify. To publish your site, the RST time. 1. Deem your site's publishing settings in the Setup Publish dialog by A. Dening the li and directory structure. B. Selecting the HTML output method. C. Dening a server role for each location where you want to publish your site. These publishing settings are saved in your site name node.li for future use. 2. Customize your site's directory structure, if needed, by A. Rearranging and renaming site folders. B. Creating custom folders. C. Changing the publishing properties for folders, pages, and assets. Your customized directory structure is saved in your site name node.li for future use. The li and directory structure you use does not change the appearance, design, or content your site visitor sees, it only controls the way the pages and assets are stored on the server. 3. Publish your site to the selected server location. Once you successfully publish, you can republish at any time by clicking the Publish button on the control bar. You can also modify these settings at any time, and then republish using Publish View. Publishing your site 26-3. Using Publish View. When you click Publish on the control bar, Publish View opens. Publish View looks similar to the Microsoft Windows Explorer or the Windows NT File Manager. You must be in Publish View to publish your site. The directory pane on the left displays the li and directory structure of your site as it will be published on your server. You can delete, rearrange, or rename folders shown in the directory pane, and you can create new subfolders at any level. Components and their related assets have a black lock image on their icons, signifying that they cannot be renamed or rearranged. The Contents pane on the right displays the contents of the folder currently selected in the directory pane. For each folder, page, or asset, the Contents pane displays its name, type, attributes, and the last date each page or asset was published locally and remotely. You can sort the content and folders by clicking a column heading, and you can resize the columns by dragging the column heading border to the left or right. The icons displayed for different types are set in the file types registry of the Windows 95 options. 26-4 Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. Click a Folders plus sign to expand the display to show the subfolders beneath it. Click a folder's minus sign to collapse the display and hide the subfolders beneath it. You can also resize the directory and contents panes by dragging the divider bar in either direction. Configuring Publish Setup. Before you can publish, you should configure 3 publishing settings: the directory structure, the type of HTML output, and the server locations where you want to store the published results. Setting the directory structure. When you publish your site, you control the directory structure NetObjects Fusion uses to arrange your LA and assets on the server. Setting the directory structure does not change the site structure that the site visitor sees, nor does it affect the relationships or links between pages and assets. It simply deems how your pages and assets are stored on the server, and what URL is required to access them. For example, some servers require a one-level structure, with all pages, images, and other assets in the same directory. Others let you set up your own directories. NetObjects Fusion supports 3 types of server directory structures. L-flat directories for servers that require all resources and assets to be in a single directory. Many commercial Internet service providers, ISPs, require this kind of structure. L by asset type arranges your site contents into folders according to their asset type. This is the structure generated by earlier versions of NetObjects Fusion. 4. Configuring Publish Setup. Publishing your site 26:5. Example: if your site contains a typical mix of text and media, a structure set by asset type arranges your contents into the structure shown below. L by site section arranges your site contents into a directory structure that looks like your site in site view. Your home page and its assets are stored in the site's root directory. Each RST level page is stored in its own folder with its assets. Any child page is stored with its assets in a subfolder beneath the folder that contains its parent page. For example, a structure set by site section would have this directory structure on the server. This setting creates the most efficiently structure, allowing your server to load your pages as quickly as possible in your site visitor's browser. It is the default directory structure setting in NetObjects Fusion. It also provides the most effective directory structure for search engines, which may only index one page per folder. 26:6 Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. Note: if you apply the bisection directory structure, shared assets are stored in the deepest folder common to all pages that use that asset. This makes the shared access to those assets as efficient as possible. To set the directory structure property for this site. 1. In Publish View, click the Setup button on the control bar, or choose Publish Setup from the Publish menu. The Directory Structure tab of the Publish Setup dialog appears. 2. Select the server arrangement you want from the directory structure drop-down list. For each option, NetObjects Fusion displays a short description of that option's effect. 3. If you customized your directory structure and want to reset your arrangement to the default directory structure, Click the Clear All Customizations button. NetObjects Fusion removes any custom folders and changes all customized asset names back to their original, auto-generated names. See Customizing your directory structure on page 26 to 21 for information. Configuring Publish Setup. Publishing your site 26 to 7. 4. Click OK to apply the selected directory structure type. The directory structure is revised and displayed in Publish view. Note, if you apply the bisection directory structure, shared assets are stored in the deepest folder common to all pages that use that asset. This makes the shared access to those assets as efficient as possible. Setting the site's HTML output. The wide range of browser versions and capabilities makes it difficult to know exactly what kind of HTML tags and functions will display effectively to site visitors. Advances in HTML coding and browser abilities have also made it possible to create pages using less code and more efficient downloads if your site visitor's browser can support it. To address these concerns and take advantage of these improvements, NetObjects Fusion can generate any of three types of HTML output when publishing your site. See Optimizing Nested Tables output on page 5 to 7 for complete information on these publishing methods. Nested Tables uses nested table tagging and other features of the 3.2 HTML specification. This is NetObjects Fusion's default output because it produces the most predictable and consistent results on screen, regardless of the type, version, or configuration of the site visitor's system or browser fonts. Both Microsoft Internet Explorer 2X and above and Netscape Navigator 2X and above correctly display pages published in nested tables format. Regular Tables uses basic HTML table tagging to deliver your design and content. Both Microsoft Internet Explorer 2X and above and Netscape Navigator 2X and above correctly display pages published in regular tables format. Although site visitors' results might vary according to their system and browser. Font settings. 26 to 8 Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. Note, if you select either form of table-based output, be sure your pages do not have overlapping objects, or your published results will not be what you expected. See Interpreting the Warning icon on page 4 to 19 for information. CSS and Layers uses cascading style sheet positioning code, layers, and scripts to position and publish your layout and content. Both Microsoft Internet Explorer 4X and Netscape Communicator 4X correctly display pages published in CSS and Layers format, although the site visitors' results might vary according to their system and browser font settings. On the HTML Output tab of the Publish Configure dialog, you designate which type of HTML output NetObjects Fusion generates. This setting determines the site preference for HTML output. You can override this site preference for individual layouts and layout regions, so NetObjects Fusion generates their HTML using a different method. See Setting the Layout's HTML Output Method on page 7 to 8. And Setting the Layout Region's HTML Output on page 7 to 17 for information. To set the publishing method for your site. 1. In Publish View, click the Setup button on the control bar, or choose Publish Setup from the Publish menu. The Publish Setup dialog appears. Configuring Publish Setup. Publishing your site 26 to 9. 2. Select the HTML Output tab. 3. Select the publishing method you want to use from the output type drop-down list. When you select an option, NetObjects Fusion displays a short description of that option's effect. The selected output method becomes the default for all the pages in the site, unless overridden in a specific layout or layout region. 4. In the Options section of the dialog, L to include comments in the HTML created for each page, select the Generate HTML Comments option. The comments identify the beginning and ending of each page's head and body, as well as objects. L choose a character set for the entire site here. For information, see International Features, Appendix B. 26 to 10 Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. L use the quote type drop-down list to select one of the three types of quotation marks you can use in your site's text objects. Curly quotes is the default setting. The site visitor's browser font settings control the appearance of these quotes in the browser. 5. Click OK to set the selected HTML output type and formatting options. Denning server proles. The last task in configuring your publishing settings is to den the local or remote server locations where you want to store the completed site. You configure these locations by modifying or creating server proles, which are stored with the rest of your publishing specifications in the site name node. Each server prole has a name and a set of properties that den the local path name or the remote host connection settings that NetObjects Fusion uses to publish your site to that location and server. You can select a server prole or set its properties anytime before you publish the site. NetObjects Fusion includes two default server proles. L My Computer, which defaults to a local setting with the target directory of site name /My Computer. L Remote Publish Server, which defaults to a blank remote server prole that you must LL out before publishing. You can modify these default proles, create your own, or delete unneeded proles. Denning a server prole for local publishing. 1. In Publish View, click the Setup button on the control bar. These are straight quotes. These are curly quotes. These are newspaper quotes. Configuring Publish Setup. Publishing your site 26 to 11. The Publish Setup dialog appears. 2. Select the Server Locations tab. 3. To modify an existing local server prole, select the prole from the list and click Edit. Continue with Step 5. 4. To create a new server prole, click Add. NetObjects Fusion displays the new location dialog with the server name eld blank and the local publish setting selected by default. 26 to 12 Publishing your site. Configuring publish setup. Enter a name for this prol in the server name eld. 5. Fill in the directory eld using one of these methods. L. Enter the drive and directory path you want to use. This path can point to an existing directory or create a new directory. L. Click Browse to display the Select Destination File dialog, then select the local directory you want to use and click Open. To create a new directory, browse to and select the directory immediately above the location you want, then click Open. Enter the name of the new directory at the end of the path in the directory eld. To prevent your published site LE from getting mixed in with other LE, enter or select a new or empty directory. Also, make sure the local drive has sufficient space for your published site LE. 6. To set the LE name for the home page of your site, use the Rename the Home Page drop-down list. You can select L index, which is the default page name automatically recognized by most current servers. This is the default. Configuring publish setup. Publishing your site 26 to 13. L current page name, which is set by the value of the name property. For the home page, L home. L default, which literally uses the name default, as in default HTML. 7. Set the default LE name extension applied to each page in your site by either L selecting HTML, or SHTML from the drop-down list. L entering an extension of your choice. For local publishing, be sure to use a page extension that your browser recognizes, or it might not display the page properly. If you deemed a LE name extension for an individual page in the Custom Names dialog, that extension overrides the site default for that page. 8. To convert all spaces and most non-alphanumeric characters in asset LE names to underscore characters, underscore, select replace spaces and other special characters with underscores. NetObjects Fusion does not replace periods or hyphens, because all servers understand those characters. 9. Click OK to complete the configuration of the local server prol. Denning a server prol for remote publishing. The information needed to connect to a remote server is specific to your server. Contact your ISP or server administrator for the precise information to enter in these elds. For guidance on the questions you need to ask, see Remote Server Access Checklist on page 26 to 29. To den a remote server prol. 1. In Publish view, click Setup on the control bar. The Publish Setup dialog appears. 26 to 14 Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. 2. Select the Server Locations tab. 3. To modify an existing remote server prol, select the prol from the list and click Edit. Continue with step 5. 4. To create a new remote server prol, click Add. NetObjects Fusion displays the new location dialog with the server name eld blank and the local publish setting selected by default. Configuring publish setup. Publishing your site 26 to 15. Enter a name for this role in the server name eld. 5. In the location properties dialog, select remote. 6. In the remote host eld, enter the name or IP number used to connect to the remote server. This can be your site's domain name, the name of an intranet server, or the name of your ISP server. 7. To specify a CGI FTP port number, or custom port number, or establish aliases or virtual directories for some of your site content, click Advanced to display the Advanced Settings dialog. C. Creating aliased folders and setting the CGI bin directory on page 26 to 17 for information. 8. Enter the base directory for your site that deems where on the server your content will be stored. L. If your site's home page should be stored in the root directory of the user ID or server account that you use for loading your site, leave this eld blank. L. If you want your site's home page to be stored in a different directory than the root directory, enter the relative path to it here. 26 to 16. Publishing your site. Configuring publish setup. For more information on the base directory setting, see Remote Server. Access checklist on page 26 to 29. 9. In the name eld, enter the user ID needed to log on to the remote server so you can transfer let to it. 10. In the password eld, enter the password that authorizes this ID to access the server. To effectively publish your site, you need server permissions that let you add and create directories, so you can transfer scripts and other executable resources to a directory on the server that lets them run. 11. Select the Remember Password option unless you want to be prompted for your password every time you publish remotely to this server. 12. To set the name for the home page of your site, use the Rename the Home Page drop-down list. You can select L index, which is the default page name automatically recognized by most current servers. This is the default L current page name, which is set by the value of the name property for the home page. L home. L default, which literally uses the name default, as in default HTML. Your server administrator can tell you whether to use home or default instead of index. If you use current page name, your site visitors must include the exact name as part of the URL to reach your site. 13. Set the default name extension applied to each page in your site by either L selecting HTML, or SHTML from the drop-down list. L entering an extension of your choice directly in the extension eld. Your server administrator can tell you which extension is the default for your server. Configuring publish setup. Publishing your site 26 to 17. Note, if you deem a name extension for an individual page in the Custom names dialog, that extension overrides the site default for that page. 14. To convert all spaces and most non-alphanumeric characters in AssetLi names to underscore characters, underscore, select replace li namespaces with underscores. Your site might be hosted on a Unix server that cannot handle spaces in li names, so it's recommended that you select this option. NetObjects Fusion does not replace periods or hyphens because all servers understand those characters. 15. Click OK to complete the configuration of the remote server role. Creating aliased folders and setting the CGI bin directory. Sometimes you need to store certain assets of your site in a location separate from the rest of your site. For example, you can link to programs such as CGI scripts or other executables that have to be placed in a specific CGI directory so they run properly. You can place an order form or other pages in a secure location that requires authorized access, without restricting access to the rest of your site. You can link to images or other assets that are maintained or controlled by others, and stored in a protected location. To do this, you create alias folders, using a process in which you deem two locations, the actual physical location where you want to FTP the pages or assets, and the URL or logical address that you want NetObjects Fusion to use when referring to that object. On some servers, this is referred to as creating virtual folders. Once the site is published, you or your server administrator must configure the server to look in the FTP location for assets that are described as being in the URL location. 26-18 Publishing your site. Configuring publish setup. For example, your site might include several stock images from your company's marketing department, such as the company logo and other approved artwork. When you create your site, you use copies of the artwork that you stored on a local disk. When you publish and upload your site to the company's server, however, you want to use the official images that have been approved and maintained by the marketing department. Check with your server administrator to see if your site contents or remote server configuration requires a CGI directory or other aliases. To specify the CGI bin directory. 1. In Publish view, click Setup. 2. Select the Server Locations tab, select a remote server, and click Edit. 3. Click the Advanced button. 4. Enter the FTP path where CGI scripts are stored in the CGI ELD. This establishes an alias to the executable directory on the server where CGI scripts are kept. You can also use the Advanced Settings dialog to deem a specific server port or permissions setting even if you are not dening aliases or virtual folders. Depending on your web server configuration, you might need to set specific permissions so that your web server software can access your published LE. This section describes how to set a different permission string to override the default permissions normally set by NetObjects Fusion. If you simply want to deem a specific server port or permissions setting for this server role, Proceed to step 10. To create other aliased folders. 1. In Publish View, arrange the directory structure for your site the way you want it to appear on your server. 2. Isolate the pages or assets you want to store in an aliased location into one branch of the directory structure, under a common parent folder. If necessary, create a custom folder for each set of aliased content. Configuring Publish Setup. Publishing your site 26 to 19. If your site requires more than one alias, such as one alias for secure pages and another alias for protected assets, you can create more than one custom folder. See Creating Aliased Folders and Setting the CGI bin directory on page 26 to 17 for information. 3. Drag pages and assets into the appropriate custom folder, as needed. 4. Click Setup on the control bar. The Publish Setup dialog appears. 5. Select the Server Locations tab. 6. Select the remote server role that you want to change, and click Edit. The Location Properties dialog appears. 7. Enter remote server role information, if needed. 8. Position the Locations Properties dialog so you have a clear view of the directory pane of Publish View. Refer to the directory structure to make sure you type the URL correctly. 9. Click the Advanced button. The Advanced Settings dialog appears. 10. To specify a port or permissions setting to access this server, enter the port number or permissions in the fields shown. 11. To add a new alias, click the Add button. To edit an existing alias, select it from the list, then click the Edit button. 26 to 20. Publishing your site. Configuring Publish Setup. The new alias dialog appears. 12. Enter the relative path from your site's root folder to the custom folder containing the aliased pages and assets as the URL path. Refer to the directory panel as needed to enter the path exactly as it appears, including the use of uppercase and lowercase names and spaces. For example, if you create a custom folder called CompanyPics and placed it under your /assets folder, then the URL path would be /assets/CompanyPics. 13. Enter the FTP path that you want to use to actually store that folder and its contents. This FTP location must be on the same server as the rest of the site because your server role only logs onto one server at a time. 14. Click OK. The Location Properties dialog appears. 15. If you need to add additional aliases, return to step 11. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion keeps all links and references to your aliased content pointing toward the URL path, but actually stores the pages and assets in the FTP location you specified. Note, the server must be configured to support this alias. This is a system administrator task outside NetObjects Fusion's responsibility, so you or your server administrator must deem the alias on the server. Customizing your directory structure. Publishing your site 26 to 21. Customizing your directory structure. Although NetObjects Fusion offers 3 directory structures, you might need to customize your site's directory structure further. You can do this in Publish view by renaming, rearranging, or deleting site folders, creating custom folders, or changing the publishing properties for folders, pages, and assets. NetObjects Fusion's database keeps track of all your name, path, and structure changes, and updates the site's links and auto-generated objects as appropriate. When you republish the site in the future, NetObjects Fusion remembers your changes and keeps them in place. Note: customizing your site structure does not change the appearance, design, or content that your site visitor sees. It only controls how the pages and assets are stored on the server, and the URL necessary to access the site's interior information. Creating a custom folder. 1. In either pane of Publish view, right-click the folder, page, or asset where you want to add a custom folder, and select Add Folder from the shortcut menu. NetObjects Fusion adds a custom subfolder named /new folder below the selected folder, or LI, and opens the folder's name eld. 2. Edit the existing folder name, or enter a new name. Press Enter or select another object to record your changes. 3. Drag other folders or LA into the custom folder as needed. Renaming folders and files. 1. In either pane of Publish view, right-click the object and select Rename. From the shortcut menu, the object's name eld opens. 2. Edit the existing object name, or enter a new name. Press Enter or select another object to record your changes. 26 to 22. Publishing your site. Customizing your directory structure. You can rename auto-generated folders and let NetObjects Fusion remembers the new names the next time you generate your site. Any folder or LI that you rename is considered customized. If you name a customized folder with a name used by an auto-generated folder, it is still treated as a customized folder. Aliased folders are also considered customized folders. NetObjects Fusion displays them in the directory structure, even if they are empty, and tracks their name and location in the event you change them. See Creating Aliased Folders and Setting the CGI bin directory on page 26 to 17 for more information. By definition, read-only assets, such as script used by NetObjects Fusion components, can't be changed. NetObjects Fusion ignores attempts to move or rename read-only LE. Deleting folders. 1. In either pane of Publish view, click the folder you want to delete, and make sure it is empty. You cannot delete a folder until it is empty, and you also cannot delete pages or assets in Publish view. 2. Right-click the folder and select Delete Folder from the shortcut menu. NetObjects Fusion deletes the folder. After you delete a customized folder, the next time you publish the site, NetObjects Fusion recreates any auto-generated assets that it needs. Rearranging the directory structure. In either pane of Publish view, click the folder, page, or asset and drag it to its new location. NetObjects Fusion moves the object and updates all references to it. If you move pages, NetObjects Fusion remembers their new locations, but might continue to auto-generate folders needed to contain that page's assets. Components and their related assets have a black lock image on their icons, signifying that they cannot be renamed or rearranged. Customizing your directory structure. Publishing your site 26 to 23. Viewing and setting publication properties. In addition to their other properties, your site's folders, pages, and assets have publishing properties that indicate or control the way they are included in your published site. 3 of these publication properties are indicators of the publishing status for that folder, page, or asset. Folders, pages, and assets that were renamed or moved from their default location have a customized publication property. Customized assets display AC in the Attributes column of the Contents pane, and a check in the Customized option of the Publication Properties dialog. Some folders, pages, and assets are marked read-only. Assets created by NetObjects Fusion components, such as sitemapper or message board. Dependent Java classlet that were added to the site's assets. When you add a Java object and preview or publish your site, NetObjects Fusion analyzes the object's classlet to see if it calls for other classlet. If so, those dependent classlet are added as read-only assets. Read-only assets display and are in the Attributes column of the Contents pane, and a check in the Read-only option of the Publication Properties dialog. Pages and assets have 2 published date properties that display the latest publication date in both the last remote publish and last local publish columns of the Contents pane. The publish dates for pages are always displayed in red, because NetObjects Fusion always publishes all pages of your site, except those individually marked Don't Publish. If an asset was never published locally or remotely, it displays Never Published in red in the appropriate column, and has a check in the Needs Publishing option of the Publication Properties dialog. If an asset was changed since the last time it was published, it displays the last published date in red, and has a check in the Needs Publishing option of the 26 to 24 Publishing your site. Publishing your site. Publication Properties dialog. If you select Publish Changed Assets only when you publish this site, the assets with red dates are republished to the server. Suppressing a page or asset from the published site. You can also suppress publishing for a selected page or asset by setting its Don't Publish property. If you set this property, NetObjects Fusion overrides any Needs Publishing or Publish Changed Assets setting for this page or asset. Displays a diagonal red slash mark through the page or icon in Publish view, and adds a D to its attribute column. Publishes the site without that page or asset. To suppress publishing for a page or asset. 1. In the Contents pane of Publish view, right-click the page or asset and Select Properties from the shortcut menu. The Publication Properties dialog appears. 2. Select Don't Publish, then click OK. NetObjects Fusion displays a red slash through the page or asset icon and suppresses it from the site when published. To re-enable publishing for a suppressed page or asset, repeat step 1, then clear. Don't publish and click OK. Publishing your site. When your publishing configuration settings are complete, you are ready to publish your site. 1. In Publish view, click the Publish button on the control bar. Publishing your site. Publishing your site 26 to 25. The Publish dialog appears. 2. Use the Location drop-down list to select a server role. 3. To rename or change the server role properties such as the directory name for local publishing, or the target directory for remote publishing. A. Click Edit. The Locations Properties dialog is displayed. B. Make necessary changes to the server role. C. Denning a server role for local publishing, on page 26 to 10 or denning a server role for remote publishing on page 26 to 13 for information. C. Click OK to close the Locations Properties dialog. 4. To publish only the assets that changed since the last time you published. Select Publish Changed Assets Only. NetObjects Fusion determines which assets have changed since the last time the site was published, then generates and transfers only those assets. This does not impact your site's pages, which are always regenerated and reloaded when you publish your site. Note: NetObjects Fusion does not query the server to see if it has all the unchanged assets needed by the site. If you publish changed assets only, be sure you publish to the same location you did previously, so unchanged assets are still available. 5. Click OK to publish your site. 26 to 26 Publishing your site. Publishing your site. L. If you publish your site locally, NetObjects Fusion creates the local directories if needed, and stores the formatted site as directed. L. If you publish your site remotely, NetObjects Fusion generates a temporary copy of the site, connects to the remote server using the settings in the server role, and uses its internal FTP program to transfer the site LA and directories to the remote server. If you specify in Publish setup a folder that doesn't exist yet on the server, NetObjects Fusion alerts you that the target directory doesn't exist, and asks for confirmation that you want it to be created. 6. While NetObjects Fusion is transferring the published site to the server, you can select a different view and continue working. You cannot open a different site, however. 7. When the transfer is complete and your site is in place, access it with your browser and examine your results. You can now make changes to your site LI, site name node, and republish the site or its changed assets as needed. Additional publishing guidelines. L. Sites published with NetObjects Fusion work with any web server, on any operating platform. No special web server extensions are required. When you republish your site, NetObjects Fusion overwrites existing let as needed. It does not, however, remove old let or obsolete assets from your local or remote directories. You have to perform these housekeeping duties yourself. NetObjects does not publish through rewalls or to proxy servers. See Publishing with firewalls or proxy servers on page 26 to 27 for the steps necessary to publish your site to a protected server. If NetObjects Fusion has difficulty storing your site on a remote server, make sure your system is online and has a valid connection to your network or the internet. Make sure the server is not down or offline. Publishing your site. Publishing your site 26 to 27. Make sure your server role settings are correct. Test the remote host, account name, and password settings displayed in the location properties dialog by using them to log onto the server using a separate FTP or Telnet application. Make sure your account has the appropriate permissions, and that there is sufficient storage space for your site on the server. If you deem publishing configuration settings for a site, and then export that site as a template, those settings travel with the template. If you are sharing a template with colleagues who can use the same publishing settings, you can save time by configuring the publishing settings in advance, exporting them with a template, and then distributing the template. If your site has been published and revised several times, your published location might contain let that are not needed in the current or null version of the site. Delete unused assets and clean out obsolete let from your published site folders before publishing a new version of a site. See Chapter 25, Managing Assets for information. Publishing with firewalls or proxy servers. If your remote server is behind a rewall or stored on a proxy server, NetObjects Fusion cannot publish directly to the server. If that's the case, follow these steps. 1. Publish your site to a local folder other than the site name /preview folder of your site. Use whatever directory structure and publishing method you would normally. The default setting, My Computer, publishes to the folder site name /My Computer. 2. Consult with your server administrator for the preferred method of transferring content to the remote server. Potential methods include transferring the entire site structure of the locally published site to a holding location on an unprotected server, so an authorized administrator can then transfer the site to the protected location. Using an FTP application such as WSFTP trademark or other means of access authorized by the server administrator to transfer the entire site structure of the locally published site to the protected server. 26 to 28 Publishing your site. Publishing special assets. In either instance, be sure to transfer all let and to duplicate the local folder structure precisely. Publishing special assets. When you publish your site, NetObjects Fusion transfers the entire site to your designated location, including special assets you told it to manage. These special Assets include things like Java classes, images, and assets contained on external HTML pages, and CGI scripts. The list of managed assets included in your published site is displayed in Assets view. You can use one of three ways to ensure that these special assets are included in your site's managed assets when you publish. Include the assets when you add the object that refers to them. For example, if you reference external HTML pages using the external HTML tool, NetObjects Fusion automatically analyzes the external pages and includes their assets in the Asset Manager unless you select Do Not Manage or Move Assets. If you do not select this option, you have to add assets those pages need to the Asset Manager, using one of the two methods below. For information, see Adding File Assets on page 25-4. If you add Java objects to your pages using the Java tool, NetObjects Fusion analyzes their class LA and adds other class LA referenced there. If you listed special assets in the Java Object Properties palette, NetObjects Fusion includes them as managed assets. See Inserting a Java Applet or Surfly on page 16-2 for information. You can add a link to a special asset, and NetObjects Fusion manages and publishes the asset. See Creating a File link on page 14-11 for information. You can explicitly add any special asset to the Asset Manager and select Always Publish to ensure that NetObjects Fusion manages and publishes the asset. For information, see Adding File Assets on page 25-4. Remote Server Access Checklist. Publishing your site 26-29. Managing script assets. NetObjects Fusion does not analyze custom scripts that you add to pages, master borders, or other objects. If those scripts reference special assets, they are not automatically included in the site's managed assets. To have NetObjects Fusion manage and publish assets called in custom scripts, you must create links to those assets, or explicitly add them to the Asset Manager. Then right-click the asset and choose Properties from the shortcut menu, and select Always Publish. Remote Server Access Checklist. Before you create a remote server role, answer these questions. 1. Who is your service provider? This is the ISP, organization, or department that is going to store your site on its server and provide your site visitors access to it. The technical support staff of your service provider should be able to provide the answers to the rest of these questions. ISPs and other service providers often offer technical support pages on their own web sites that answer these questions. 2. What is the name of your remote host? This is the name of the server where you are going to store your site. It might be the same as your domain name, such as www.yourname.com, a name assigned by the service provider, such as inbox.isp.com, or a specific IP address, a series of 4 numbers separated by periods. My remote host underscore 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 un. 3. What is your base directory? When you log onto your remote host, you automatically begin in the home directory for your login account. This might not be the right place to put your site, however. For a variety of reasons, you might need to store your site in a subdirectory of your home directory, or in another directory altogether. You must know the relative path from your account's home directory to the base directory where your site should be stored. When NetObjects Fusion publishes your site and logs onto your service provider, it stores 26 to 30 publishing your site. Remote server access checklist. Your site's pages and assets in this base directory. This path statement is the value you enter for base directory in the location properties palette for remote server publishing. However, the host and base directory might not look anything like the URL that your site visitors use to access your site. For security and other reasons, service providers frequently name their host machines and user directories according to their own needs. My base directory or path to my site folder. Underscore 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 un. Note: if you have your own domain, such as www.mycompany.com, and are logging in directly to the account that owns that domain, you might not need to specify a base directory, because the home directory of that account might be the same location as the base directory. 4. What is the name and password for your account? You need these so NetObjects Fusion can log on to the server and store your site. My account name, underscore 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 password, underscore 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 underscore. 5. What is the preferred name for the default home page? Your service provider determines what name the server displays by default for each directory on the server. Some servers are configured to display by default any named index, others default to home or default. You must match this preferred name in the location properties dialog for remote server publishing. My server's default name is underscore 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 un. 6. What HTML name extension does your server support? Web page. Servers typically support HTML, HTML, or SHTML as name extensions. Some service providers map one to the other so the server recognizes all of them, others require you to use a specific one. You must set the Location properties dialog. So NetObjects Fusion publishes LA with the correct extension. You can also enter a custom extension, if your server supports it. My server's preferred or required extension, underscore 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 underscore. Remote server access checklist. Publishing your site 26 to 31. 7. Is a specific port required for upload? The service provider might have designated a specific port on the server that it wants you to use to upload LA. If so, you must specify this for NetObjects Fusion. See Creating aliased folders and setting the CGI bin directory on page 26 to 17 for information about setting a custom port address. My server's custom port number, underscore 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 underscore. 8. Does your login account have the necessary permissions? Servers use permission configurations to control what users are allowed to do while logged on, whether they can delete LA, for example, or create new directories. In Publish view, you can specify the server LA and directory structure that you want NetObjects Fusion to create or use for your site. Your log in account, which NetObjects Fusion uses to store the LA, must have the server permissions necessary to create the directory structure you deemed. If your service provider does not let user accounts create directories, then you must use the flat directory structure option to publish your site. My account does not have permission to create server directories. 9. How much server space do you have? Before you publish, you should publish your site locally and check the size of the generated site name /publish folder, including all its subfolders. Confirm that it takes less space than the maximum allowed by your service provider. My account's storage capacity, underscore 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 26 to 32. Publishing your site. Remote server access checklist. Appendix A. Working around browser problems. A1. Working around browser problems. A. There are a few circumstances when later versions of browsers don't properly display or handle actions, forms, and other objects you create in NetObjects Fusion. This appendix describes browser problems with L actions, L forms, L sounds and shockwave objects. You can work around many problems by changing the HTML output method used to publish the particular page or layout region. For more information, see Selecting HTML output on page 5-3. Also, see the usage notes at www.netobjects.com/support for the latest information on browser problems. A2. Working around browser problems. Problems with actions. Problems with actions. If you publish a page using the nested tables or regular tables HTML output method, the following problems can occur. If you assign an action to an object, and then put the object in a table, text box, or layout region, sometimes the object doesn't display in Netscape Navigator 4.0. Solution: removing any action assigned to the table, text box, or region itself might fix the problem. Or, you can change the HTML output method to CSS and layers. If you assign the set src or use image action to an image, the action doesn't work. In Netscape Navigator 4.0. Solution: change the HTML output method to CSS and layers. If you assign a transition action to an object, the transition doesn't display properly in Internet Explorer 4.0 for Windows. Solution: either change the HTML output method to CSS and layers, or use a motion action instead of a transition. If you assign transition actions to objects placed inside a table or text box, changing the HTML output method will not fix the problem. Either use a layout region instead of the table or text box, or use a motion action. Note that transitions don't display in Internet Explorer 4.0 for Macintosh. Regardless of your output method, use a motion action. Problems with forms. Working around browser problems. A3. Problems with forms. If you assign an action to an object inside a form, the form might not be visible in Netscape Navigator 4.0. Solution: place the object outside the form. For example, create the form in a layout region, and place the object elsewhere in the layout area. If you publish a form in a layout area or layout region using the CSS and layers HTML output method, form elements display piled atop one another in the upper left corner of the page. Solution: either change the HTML output method to regular tables or nested tables, or recreate the form in a text box or a table. Problems with sounds and shockwave. In some situations, sound or shockwave objects published using nested tables or regular tables as the HTML output method can't be started, stopped, or otherwise controlled in Netscape Navigator 4.0. Solution: to avoid this problem, change the HTML output method to CSS and layers. For working around browser problems. Problems with sounds and shockwave. Appendix B. International features B1. International features. This appendix explains how to set NetObjects Fusion international features. Date and time formats. Number formats. Sort orders. Character sets. Setting date, time, and decimal formats. The date, time, and decimal formats you select affect how these items are displayed wherever they appear in NetObjects Fusion, for example, the last published date of items in Publish View and the size of the page in Page View. These settings do not affect generated HTML or text you enter on web pages. To set the date, time, and decimal formats. 1. From the Edit menu, choose Preferences. 2. In the Preferences dialog, click the International tab. B2 International Features. Setting the Spelling Dictionary. 3. In the Formats section of the dialog, select a date/time format from the drop-down list. A sample of the date format is shown next to each language. If you choose Use System Setting, NetObjects Fusion uses the setting in the Windows Regional Settings Properties dialog. 4. Select a decimal format from the drop-down list. Your selection determines the decimal point character. If you choose Use System Setting, NetObjects Fusion uses the setting in the Windows Regional Settings Properties dialog. Setting the Spelling Dictionary. NetObjects Fusion includes a choice of dictionaries you can use when checking spelling. 1. From the Edit menu, choose Preferences. 2. In the Preferences dialog, click the International tab. 3. In the Language section of the dialog, select a spelling dictionary from the drop-down list. Setting the sort order. International Features B3. Setting the sort order. Character variations between languages result in variations in sorting priorities. 2. Ensure that items in Assets View and Publish View are sorted correctly. You can choose the appropriate sort order. This affects only how the items are displayed in NetObjects Fusion, it does not affect the generated HTML. To set the sort order. 1. From the Edit menu, choose Preferences. 2. In the Preferences dialog, click the International tab. 3. In the Language section of the dialog, select a sort order from the drop-down list. Working with character sets. In the past, most computers used the same character set to represent upper and lowercase English language letters, number characters, and punctuation characters. This character set is known as ASCII. However, ASCII is a very limited character set, unable to support a variety of alphabets. To accommodate computer users worldwide, different character sets were developed. These new character sets are often identified by a number, such as code page 850 or ISO 8859-1. B. For international features. Setting the spelling dictionary. Character sets are composed of code points, which are the numbers assigned to characters that the computer uses to identify the character. For example, in ASCII, when you type a capital A, the computer sees its code point, which is the number 65. If you type AB, the computer sees a 66. Both the code page 850 and the ISO 8859-1 character sets include accented characters, but 850 uses the code point 130 for the character E, and 8859-1 uses 233 for the same character. To remove this confusion, an effort is underway to create a universal character set that includes every character from every language. This character set is called Unicode. Characters display correctly in NetObjects Fusion because characters are stored by the program in Unicode. When NetObjects Fusion publishes or previews a page, it converts the text from Unicode to the character set selected for the site or for the individual page. Suppose you type Greek characters on a page, set the page character set to Western European, and preview the page. Because their particular code points do not have equivalents in the Western European character set, the Greek characters are displayed as yen characters, yen. If you want the Greek characters on the NetObjects Fusion page to display correctly when you preview or publish, you must choose a character set that includes Greek characters. This character set is then inserted in the char set parameter in the generated HTML meta tag, which tells the browser how to interpret and display the characters. If you have a page that contains languages that use different character sets, for example, English on the right and Greek on the left, you can use Unicode, UTF-8, as a character set for the page. Remember that Unicode is evolving, it is not complete yet, but it does include code points for most characters in languages commonly used on computers today. Note that only Netscape 4.0 and Microsoft Explorer 4.0 currently support UTF-8. Working with character sets. International features B5. Available character sets. The following character sets are included with NetObjects Fusion. LBIG5, Traditional Chinese. LEUCJP, Japanese. LGB2312, Simplified Chinese. LISO 2202 JP, Japanese. LISO 8859-1, Western European. LISO 8859-2, Central/Eastern European. LISO 8859-5, Russian, Cyrillic. LISO 8859-7, Greek. LISO 8859-9, Turkish. LJIS, Japanese. LKOI8R, Russian, Cyrillic. LKSC 5601, Korean, also known as EUCKR. LShiftJIS, Japanese. LCP 1250, Central/Eastern European. LCP 1251, Russian, Cyrillic. LCP 1252, Western European, normal for English Windows 95. LCP 1253, Greek. LUTF-8, all languages. LUTF-7, all languages. The following character sets are not included with NetObjects Fusion, but are supported once installed in your operating system. You can download language kits at www.microsoft.com. LCP 437, Western European. LCP 737, Greek. LCP 850, Western European. LCP 852, Central/Eastern European. LCP 857, Turkish. LCP 866, Russian, Cyrillic. LCP 869, Greek. LCP 1257, Baltic. LCP 1254, Turkish. B6 International features. Setting the spelling dictionary. Setting the site's character set. 1. Go to Publish View. 2. Click the Setup button on the control bar. 3. In the Publish Setup dialog, click the HTML Output tab. 4. Select a character set from the default site character set drop-down list. All text you type on new pages is published in this character set, unless you change the character set for the individual page. All characters display properly in NetObjects Fusion because it stores all characters in Unicode. However, if you type characters that are not included in the selected character set, when you preview or publish the page, you see question marks or yen marks, yen, in place of unknown characters. Setting the character set for an individual page. You can override the default site character set and choose a different character set for individual pages. 1. In Page or Site View, right-click on the page and then click Page Character Set on the shortcut menu. The character set for the site is shown. To change this setting, you must go to the Publish Setup dialog. Working with character sets. International Features B7. 2. Select a character set for the page from the Page Character Set drop down. This character set will be applied only to this page. Setting the character set for a section. 1. Go to Site View and select a section. 2. Right-click the top page of the section and select Section Character Set. From the shortcut menu, the character set for the site is shown. 3. Select a character set for the section from the Section Character Set drop down. Setting the character set for imported pages. When you import a site into NetObjects Fusion, you must ensure that it has the correct character set before you begin the import. 1. From the Edit menu, choose Preferences. 2. In the Preferences dialog, click the International tab. B8 International Features. Setting the spelling dictionary. 3. In the Imported HTML section of the dialog, select a character set for imported text from the drop-down list. If you know the HTML pages in the site you are importing have the appropriate character set specified in the meta tag, you can use the specified in imported meta tag setting. If, however, you know the site is in Greek and the correct character set is not specified in the meta tag, then before importing you should choose an appropriate character set from the drop-down list. If there is no character set specified in the meta tag, and you forget to set the correct character set before importing, you must delete the imported pages, set the correct character set, and then import the pages. Again. URL and page name character requirements. The characters in a URL are limited to those represented in lower ASCII, which includes upper and lowercase English letters, numbers, and Common English punctuation. You cannot use accented characters or other special characters in a URL. You can, however, name pages using international characters. The names on the Banner and buttons display in the correct international form. In Publish view, however, you see the ASCII version of the names, page names, folders, and so on. For the Asian languages, NetObjects Fusion uses the ASCII characters that are normally converted to an Asian character. For European languages, NetObjects Fusion strips out the accents. The words look the same but without accents. For example, if you name a page AST in Site View, in Publish View it is listed as AST HTML. Index. Index 1. Index A. Accessing HTML 22 to 2, 22 to 6. Actions 21 to 2. Action messages 21 to 3, 21 to 10. Adding to objects 21, 5-21, 16. Assigning to layout regions 7 to 20. Assigning to layouts 7 to 13. Assigning to navigation bars 13 to 3. Assigning to text boxes 7 to 30. Assigning to text links 21 to 17. Cascading 21, 15-21, 16. Custom, importing 3 to 13. Custom, scripting 21, 20-21, 25. Customizing 21 to 17, 21 to 27. Customizing parameters 21 to 13. Illustrated 21 to 4. Inserting in scripts 21 to 22. Inserting scripts 21 to 22. JavaScript 21 to 23. Master borders / autoframes 21 to 9. Modifying 21 to 26. Object initially visible in browser. Option 21 to 20. Objects in forms 17 to 5. Parameters 21, 12-21, 14. Specifying. Trigger events 21 to 7. Specifying targets 21 to 9. Suppressing 21 to 26. Targeting master border or layout 21 to 15. Targets 21 to 3. Trigger events 21 to 3. ActiveX controls 16 to 5, 16 to 7. Add navigation buttons, stacked. Pages, 20 to 21. Adding. Alt tags 4 to 10. Anchors 14 to 5. Autoframes 6 to 13. Banners 13 to 9. Button navigation bars 13 to 3. Checkboxes 17 to 9. Combo boxes 17 to 10. Custom HTML and scripts 2. Autoframes 24 to 13. Dyna buttons. Component 18, 2-18, 5. Li assets 25 to 4. Form objects 17 to 4. Frame sets 23 to 4. Guides 4 to 4. Hidden elds in forms 17 to 19. HTML 22 to 2. HTML horizontal rules 11 to 6. HTML to links 14 to 12. HTML to objects 22 to 6. HTML/scripts to layout 7 to 11. JavaScript to links 14 to 12. Links 25 to 10. Message board. Component 18, 8-18, 11. NetObjects Fusion. Components 18, 18-18, 20. Objects to layout regions 7 to 15. Objects to table cells 9 to 6. Pages 2 to 12. Picture loader component 18 to 15. Picture rollover. Component 18, 11-18, 13. Pictures 10, 3-10, 5. Radio button 17 to 8. Reset button, forms 17 to 12. Rotating picture. Component 18, 16-18, 17. Scripts 22 to 2. Scroll bars to frames 6 to 17. Server proles 26 to 11, 26 to 14. Site mapper. Component 18, 6-18, 8. Site style lines 11 to 7. Site styles 12 to 14, 12 to 15. Sounds to background 7 to 12. Submit button, forms 17 to 12. Tables 9 to 3. Text to pictures 10 to 12. Text to shapes 11 to 4. Text to table cells 9 to 6. Text with drag and drop 8 to 5. Text with text tool 8 to 4. Ticker tape. Component 18, 5-18, 6. Time-based picture. Component 18, 13-18, 14. Variables 25 to 12. See also creating, placing. Adobe Acrobat PDF LE 15 to 14. Advanced Toolbar 4 to 16. AIFF LE 15 to 11. Aliased folders 26, 17-26, 20, 26 to 22. Aligning. Embedded objects 7 to 28. Objects 4 to 14. Alignment options, flash and splash. LE 15 to 6. Alair home site 3.019 to 13. Alt tags 4 to 10. Always publish LE option 25 to 4. Anchor icon 14 to 2. Anchors. Adding 14 to 5. Adding HTML 14 to 14. Deleting 14 to 7. Editing 14 to 7. From hotspots 14 to 14. See also links. Animated GIF LE 10 to 2, 18 to 16. Site styles 12 to 12. Animation, see video LE 15 to 9. Anti-aliasing options, flash and splash LE 15 to 6. Applying. Master borders to sections 6 to 8. Site styles 12 to 4. Text styles 8 to 6. Arrows, see lines. Assets 1 to 4. Custom names 25 to 5. Customized 26 to 23. Data objects, managing 25 to 12. Index 2. Index. Displaying pages containing LE. Assets 25 to 6. Displaying pages containing links 25 to 10. LE types 25 to 3. LE, adding 25 to 4. LE, deleting 25 to 7. LE, deleting unused 25 to 8. LE, managing 25, 3-25, 9. LE, opening 25 to 9. LE, replacing 25 to 6. LE, verifying 25 to 8. Importing, limitations 3 to 8. Links, adding 25 to 10. Links, deleting 25 to 11. Links, managing 25 9-25 12. Links, verifying 25 to 11. Location, changing 25 to 5. Referenced, managing 19 9-19 11. Script, managing 26 to 29. Special, publishing 26 to 28. Types 25 to 2. Unmanaged, publishing 19 to 13. Variables, adding 25 to 12. Variables, deleting 25 to 14. Variables, editing 25 to 13. Variables, managing 25 to 12. Assets folder 1 to 20. Assets view 1 to 4, 25 to 2. Asset type directory structure. Publishing 26 to 4. Assigning. Actions to banners 13 to 9. Actions to layout regions 7 to 20. Actions to layouts 7 to 13. Actions to text boxes 7 to 30. Master borders to imported. Sites 3 to 10. 3 to 16. OLE 15 to 11. Audio-ly formats 15 to 11. Author name 2 to 17. Auto-save preference 1 to 13. Auto-forwarding 22 to 6. Autoframe 6 9-6 18. Adding 6 to 13. Adding custom HTML and scripts 24 to 13. Browser refresh 24 to 10. Converted to master borders, effect. On HTML 22 to 3. Customizing 24 to 1. Dean 6 to 9. Dynamic elements 24 to 3. Illustrated 6 to 12. Optimizing 5 to 11. Properties 6 to 9. Selection sequence 6 to 14. Targeting links in 24 to 2. Targeting specific links 24 to 3. See also frames. Autosite templates 3 to 3. Importing 3 to 13. Abile 15 to 9. B. Background color. Site view 2 to 18. Tables, modifying 9 to 4. Background images 1 to 16. Background sounds 7 to 12. Background, site style 12 to 5. Backing up sites 1 to 17, 2 to 21. Backups folder 1 to 20. Banner, custom names. Dialog, 2 to 16. Banners 13 to 2. Adding 13 to 9. Assigning actions 13 to 9. Changing pictures 13 to 11. Default location 13 to 2. Restoring site style 13 to 15. Setting custom text 2 to 15. Setting style of 13 to 9. Setting style / orientation 13 to 10. Site style, editing 12 to 6. Text, site styles 12 to 7. Using 13 8-13 10. Base directory 26 to 29. BBS, see message board. Blank site 2 to 3. Default master border 6 to 3. Starting with 2 to 4. Blank site template 2 to 5, 3 to 2, 3 to 18. BMP La 10 to 2. Borderless frames 6 to 15. Borders 9 to 4. Browser default display font 5 to 2. Browser safe palette 1 to 10. Browsers. Displaying forms 17 to 4. Font settings 1 to 15. Font substitution 8 to 6. Fonts in autoframe 6 to 10. Frame support 6 to 11. Frameless, alternate. Content 23 to 10, 24 to 10. New instance 24 to 3. Opening page in new window 22 to 9. Previewing sites 1 to 13. Refreshing pages 24 to 10. Targeting full window 24 to 8. Targeting new window 24 to 9. Transparent GIF let 10 to 10. Using non-web standard image. Let 10 to 4. Building dynamic pages 21 to 5. Bulleted lists 8 to 8. Bulletin board, see message board. Button navigation bars 13 to 2, 13 to 3. Adding 13 to 3. Default location 13 to 2. Display levels 13 to 5. Setting style 13 to 7. See also navigation bars. Buttons 13 to 2. Changing picture on 1. Button 13 to 13. Default style 13 to 3. Highlighted 12 to 9. Restoring site style 13 to 15. Setting custom text 2 to 15. Text, site styles 12 to 7. C. Cascading actions 21 to 15. Cascading style sheets, CSS and layers. Cell padding and spacing 9 to 4. Centering page content 22 to 4. CGI directory for publishing 26 to 18. CGI scripts 17 to 17. Naming conventions 17 to 5. PERL 5 18 to 10. Support 17 to 17. CGI bin folder 17 to 18. Index. Index 3. Changing. Colors 1 to 9. Layout size 4 to 3, 7, 5 tilde 7, 7. Master border margins 4 to 3, 6 to 5. Master border 6 to 8. Page properties 2 to 9. Page size 4 to 3. Templates 3, 18 tilde 3, 20. See also customizing, editing, modifying. Character sets, special 26 to 9. Checkboxes 17 to 4, 17 to 9. Checking spelling 8 to 18. Checklist, remote server. Access 26, 29 tilde 26, 31. Child page button 4 to 5. Child pages 2 to 7. CHMOD command 18 to 9. Class LE 16 to 2. Client-side image maps 14 to 13. Coding objects 22 to 11. Cold fusion component. All-air, 18 to 18, 20 to 2. Collapsing site structure 2 to 18. Color. Font 12 to 8. Text, site styles 12 to 11. Color palettes 1 to 11. Creating/editing 1 to 11. Loading custom 1 to 11. Color picker 1 to 9. Color property. Pages 2 to 10. Sections 2 to 11. Colors. Changing 1 to 9. In-frame background 6 to 18. Web safe 1 to 10. Columns, HTML output. Option, 7 to 9, 7 to 18. Columns, tables. Inserting 9 to 8. Removing 9 to 8. Resizing 9 to 7. Combo boxes 17 to 10. Comments property 2 to 11. Common gateway interface. CCGI 17 to 1. Compacting La 1 to 18. Component development kit 18 to 1. Components. Third party 18, 18-18, 20. Types 18 to 1. Components folder 1 to 19. Components toolbar 4 to 17. Conjuring publishing setup 26 to 4. Constraining lines to horizontal / vertical 11 to 7. Control bar 1 to 5. Illustrated 1 to 4. Last button 1 to 8. New button 1 to 4. Preview button 1 to 7. Converting existing sites 3 to 7. Cool Maps components 18 to 18. Copying. Objects 4 to 9. Pictures 10 to 11. Copying sites. Restrictions explained 3 to 17. 3 to 21. Copyright symbol. Inserting in text 8 to 13. Creating. Borders around pictures 10 to 9. Cascading actions 21 to 15. Color palettes 1 to 11. Custom folders 26 to 21. Custom HTML frames 23 to 1. Custom messages 21 to 18. External data. Objects 20, 10-20, 18. External links 14 to 9. Links 14 to 11. Form objects 17 to 4. Forms 17 to 2. Forms from table cells 9 to 6. Image maps 14 to 13. Internal data objects 27-20, 10. Internal links 14 to 3. Layout regions 7 to 15. Layouts 7 to 2. Master border 6 to 6. Multiple images of a picture 10 to 7. New embedded objects 7 to 27. Sites from existing sites 3 to 9. Site styles 12 to 12. Smart links 14 to 7. Templates from sites 3 to 17. Text styles 8 to 9. Transition pages 22 to 6. User-defined variables 8 to 16. See also adding, placing. Cropping pictures 10 to 7. CSS and layers 4 to 12, 5 to 3. Advantages 5 to 6. Browser requirements 5 to 6. Disadvantages 5 to 7. Forms 17 to 1. HTML output option 7 to 9, 7 to 18. 26 to 8. Publishing 5 to 5. Curly quotes 26 to 10. Current page option, links 14 to 3. Custom actions 21, 20-21, 25. Custom extensions 2 to 15. Custom frames 6 to 10. Custom messages. Creating 21 to 18. Deleting 21 to 19. Custom names 2 to 15. Custom names property. Pages 2 to 10. Sections 2 to 11. Custom page names 2 to 15. Customization, navigation bars. Removing 13 to 15. Customized assets 26 to 23. Customizing. Actions 21 to 17, 21 to 27. Autoframes 24 to 1. Banners 13 to 11. Buttons 13 to 11. Navigation bars 13 to 11. Parameters of actions 21 to 13. Templates 3, 18-3, 20. Templates, customizing with. Site styles 3 to 19. See also changing, editing. Modifying. D. Data elds. Dean 20 to 3. Formatted text 20 to 9. Imagely 20 to 9. Internal 20 to 9. Simple text 20 to 9. Index 4. Index. Data list icons 12 to 10. Data list tool 20 to 7. Data lists. Creating 20, 18-20, 22. Dean 20 to 3. Data objects. Dean 20 to 3. Deleting 20 to 22. External 20 to 6. External, creating 20, 10-20, 18. Internal 20 to 6. Internal, creating 20, 7-20, 10. Managing 25 to 12. With external data source 20 to 4. With internal data source 20 to 4. Data publishing 20 to 1. Data lists, creating 20, 18-20, 22. Process 20 to 5. Stacked pages 20, 22-20, 26. Data sources 20 to 11. Data, submitting via email 17 to 16. Date and time eld 8 to 16. Formatting 8 to 18. Date property, published sites 26 to 23. DCRL 15 to 2. Default display font 5 to 2. Default page size 4 to 3. Default master border 6 to 4, 6 to 6. Denning. Frame sets 23 to 4. Layout regions as forms 7 to 19. Layouts as forms 7 to 10. Server prol for local. Publishing 26 to 10. Server prol for remote. Publishing 26 to 13. Text boxes as forms 7 to 29. Deleting. Anchors 14 to 7. Custom messages 21 to 19. Data objects 20 to 22. Li assets 25 to 7. Folders 26 to 22. Guides 4 to 4. Links 25 to 11. Master border 6 to 9. Pages 2 to 13. Stacked pages 20 to 26. Unused Li assets 25 to 8. Variables 25 to 14. DHTML 21 to 2. Director Le 15 to 2. Director. ActiveX Control 15 to 3. Netscape plugin 15 to 3. Setting properties 15 to 5. WYSIWYG height and width. Parameters 15 to 3. Director Le 15 to 2. Directory structure. Customizing 26, 21 26, 24. Publishing, setting 26, 4 26, 7. Display all else option 20 to 21. Display levels. Button navigation bars 13 to 5. Display options. Plug-in media Le 15 to 15. QuickTime movies 15 to 7, 15 to 8. Sound Le 15 to 13. Video Le 15 to 10. Displaying. Grids, rulers, and guides 4 to 5. Layout region grid and guides 7 to 16. Message on mouse click 22 to 8. Pages containing Li assets 25 to 6. Pages containing links 25 to 10. Pages in page view 4 to 2. Previous view / page 1 to 8. Distributing objects 4 to 14. Distributing sites 3 to 21. Dithering in transparent GIF. Le 10 to 10. Domain names in imported. Sites 3 to 11, 3 to 16. Domino component, Lotus, 18 to 18. 20 to 2. Drag and drop. Embedding objects 7 to 26. Objects 4 to 8. Drawing. HTML horizontal rules 11 to 6. Lines 11 to 7. Shapes 11 to 2. Drop-down lists 17 to 4. 17 to 11. DXR Le 15 to 2. Dyna buttons. Component 18, 2 18, 5. Restriction on preview 18 to 2. Subbuttons 18 to 4. Dynamic content 21 to 5. Dynamic data publishing 18 to 18. Dynamic HTML 21 to 2. Dynamic pages 21 to 2. Edit ELD 17 to 5. Editing. Anchors 14 to 7. Color palettes 1 to 11. Data list icons 12 to 10. Hotspots 14 to 14. HTML 1 to 18, 22 to 3. Image maps 14 to 14. Images 1 to 18. Lines 11 to 9. Links 14 to 3, 14 to 14. Media Le 15 to 17. Navigation bars 12 to 9. Objects 4 to 10. Referenced HTML 19, 13 19, 15. Site styles 12, 5 12, 12, 12 to 16. Variables 25 to 13. See also changing, customizing, modifying. Ellipses, C shapes. Email, submitting data 17 to 16. Embedded objects. Aligning 7 to 28. Embedding. Existing objects with. Drag and drop 7 to 26. Objects in containers 4 to 11. Objects in text boxes 7 to 24. Events. Mouse/object/page driven 21 to 8. Everywhere HTML 5 to 6, 7 to 1, 21 to 1. Expanding. Site structure 2 to 18. Sites 3 to 11. Exporting. Pages 3 to 1, 3, 17 3, 21. Sites 3 to 1, 3, 17-3, 21. Expressions, JavaScript 21-23. HTML, external. See external HTML. External data objects 22-6. Index. Index 5. Creating from desktop. Database 2011-2013. Creating from SQL data. Sources 2014-2017. Altering 20-19. Importing images 20-17. Importing pictures 20-17. ISAM drivers 20-11. ODBC drivers 20-11. External HTML. As layout or object 19-9. Publishing 19-11. Referenced, editing 19-13-19-15. Referencing 19-1. Referencing as object 19-6-19-8. Referencing from page view 19-4. Referencing in site. View 19-2-19-4. Using for page layout 7-30. External links 14-2. Creating 14-9. Updating 25-10. F. Lee assets. Adding 25-4. Deleting 25-7. Managing 25-3-25-9. Opening 25-9. Replacing 25-6. Types 25-3. Unused, deleting 25-8. Verifying 25-8. File data source, external data. Objects 20-15. File extension option 2-16. Lee extensions. NFT 3-2. NOD 2-2. SHTML 2-16. Lee formats. Audio 15-11. Images 10-2. Shockwave 15-2. Lee links 14-2. Creating 14-11. Targeting 24-7. Lee names. Frame sets 23-5. HTML 2-14, 23-5. Le. Compacting 1-18. Moving 3-21. Renaming 26-21. Altering external data 20-19. Ending. Objects 1-7. Text 8-19. Rewalls, publishing with 26-27. Flash Le 15-2. Properties 15-5. Flashpix Le 10-2. At directory structure. Publishing 26-4. Yuts 1-6. Folders 1-19. Alias 26, 17-26, 20, 26-22. Custom, creating 26-21. Deleting 26-22. Renaming 26-21. Folders, virtual. See aliased folders 26-17. Font substitution 8-6. Fonts. Banners and buttons. Site styles 12-7. Browser fonts in. Autoframe 6-10. Browsers 1-15. Color 12-8. Default display in browser 5-2. Form handler tool 17-14. Form objects. adding 17 to 4, creating 17 to 4, naming 17 to 5, form responses, processing 17 to 17, form templates, provided 3 to 3, form toolbar 4 to 18, 17 to 4, formatted text ELDS 20 to 9, formatting, date ELD 8 to 18, paragraphs 8, 6 tilde 8, 9, text 8, 6 tilde 8, 9, time ELD 8 to 18, forms, actions, browser problems 17 to 5, adding objects 17 to 4, assigning CGI script 17 to 17, check boxes, adding 17 to 9, creating 17 to 2, creating from table cells 9 to 6, CSS and layers 17 to 1, denning layout as 7 to 10, denning layout region as 7 to 19, denning text boxes as 7 to 29, displaying in browsers 17 to 4, edit ELDS 17 to 5, hidden ELDS 17 to 19, multiple per page 7 to 10, multiple line text ELDS 17 to 7, passwords 17 to 6, radio buttons, adding 17 to 8, reset button 17 to 12, submit button 17 to 12, submitting data in email 17 to 16, submitting data to text less 17 to 14, submitting responses as plain text 17 to 14, types 17 to 2, forms button tool 17 to 13, forms checkbox tool 17 to 9, forms combo box tool 17 to 11, forms edit field tool 17 to 6, forms multi-line tool 17 to 7, FPX picture let 10 to 2, frameless browsers, alternate content 23 to 10, 24 to 10, frames, adding content 23 to 6, adding custom HTML and scripts 24 to 13, adding scroll bars 6 to 17, background color 6 to 18, borderless 6 to 15, custom HTML 6 to 10, Dean 23 to 2, generating visible borders 6 to 15, inserting pictures in background 6 to 18, links to anchors 6 to 17, links within 6 to 10, planning 23 to 3, relative paths 23 to 5, resizing 6 to 17, scripting default target 23 to 8, index 6, index, scripting, overview 23 3 tilde 23 4, setting background 6 to 18, setting properties 6 to 16, support in browser 6 to 11, user resizable frame 6 to 17, user scrollable 6 to 17, see also auto frames, frame set 6 to 9, 23 to 2, adding 23 to 4, denning 23 to 4, HTML 24 to 1, linking to / from 23 to 3, paths and names 23 to 5, Fusion, CNET Objects Fusion, Fusion 2 Fusion Component, Allair, 18 to 18, 20 to 2. G. General tab, Preferences dialog 1 to 12. Generate HTML comments 26 to 9. Generating HTML frame borders 6 to 15. GIFlet 10 to 2. Animated 10 to 2. Transparent 10 to 10. Transparent, dithered. Colors 10 to 10. Go menu 1 to 8. Go to button 1 to 7. Graphics interchange format. See GIFlet. Grid. Object snap 4 to 4. Unit of measurement 1 to 15. Grids. Showing/hiding 4 to 5. Guidelines for publishing 26 to 26. Guides. Adding/moving/deleting 4 to 4. Hiding 7 to 2. Object snap 4 to 4. Showing/hiding 4 to 5. H. Headspace beatnik le 15 to 14. Help. Topics online 18. What's this? Pop-up 1 to 9. Hidden else in forms 17 to 19. Hide all proles 21 to 18. Hiding toolbars 1 to 6. Highlighted buttons 12 to 9. Home page, setting publishedly. Name 26 to 12. Horizontal position 10 to 13, 11 to 5. 12 to 8. Horizontal rules, HTML 11 to 6. Hotspots 14 to 13. Converting to anchors 14 to 14. Editing 14 to 14. HTML. Accessing 22 to 2. Adding 22 to 2. Adding to anchors 14 to 14. Adding to layouts 7 to 11. Adding to links 14 to 12. Centering page content 22 to 4. Custom, adding to frames 24 to 13. Displaying message on. Mouse click 22 to 8. Dynamic 21 to 2. Editing 1 to 18, 22 to 3. Editor, choosing 1 to 14. Lee extensions 4 to 6. Lee extensions, custom 2 to 15. Frames, targeting 24 to 2. Generating comments 26 to 9. Indexing pages for search engines 22 to 4. Inserting in text boxes 22 to 10. Keywords 22 to 4. Linking to new window 22 to 9. Meta tags 22 to 4. Not varied by net objects. Fusion 22 to 1. Object, examples 22 to 8. Page, examples 22 to 4. HTML Lee names 2 to 14. Character conversion 2 to 14. 23 to 5. HTML Le. Importing 4 to 6. Minimizing Lee size 17 to 4. HTML frames. Creating custom 23 to 1. Generating borders 6 to 15. HTML frame set 24 to 1. HTML horizontal rules 11 to 6. HTML output. Advantages of CSS and layers 5 to 6. Browser requirements for CSS and layers 5 to 6. CSS and layers 5 to 3, 7 to 9, 26 to 8. Disadvantages of CSS and Layers 5 to 7. JScript 5 to 3. Layout regions 7 to 17. Layouts 7 to 8. Nested tables 5 to 3, 7 to 9, 26 to 7. Nested tables. Optimizing 5, 7 tilde 5, 13. Publishing, setting 26, 7 tilde 26, 10. Regular tables 5 to 3, 7 to 9, 26 to 7. Supporting site design 5 to 14. HTML tables. Importing 3 to 8. Previewing 5 to 10. Image assets 10 to 13. Imagely elds 20 to 9. Imagely formats 10 to 2. For external data 20 to 17. For internal data 20 to 9. Site styles 12 to 13. Image layout. Drag and drop. Non-web standard 10 to 5. GIF layout, transparent 10 to 10. Non-web standard 10 to 2, 10 to 4. Stacked pages and assets. View 25 to 4. Image maps. Creating 14 to 13. Editing 14 to 14. Hotspots 14 to 13. Images. Background 1 to 16. Editing 1 to 18. From external source 18 to 15. See also pictures. Import template. Default master border 6 to 3. Importing. Assets 3 to 8. Auto site templates 3 to 13. Creating new sites. Guidelines 3, 7 tilde 3, 9. Index. Index 7. HTML pages 4 to 6. HTML tables 3 to 8. Images from external data. Sources 20 to 17. Limiting 3 to 8. Master border 6 to 3. Page templates 3 to 13. Pages 3 to 1, 3, 4 tilde 3, 16. Sites 3 to 1, 3, 4 tilde 3, 16. Sites from local drive 3 to 7. Sites from remote location 3 to 7. Sites, existing 3 to 14. Site styles 12 to 14. Templates 3, 12 tilde 3, 13. Templates into sites 3, 11 tilde 3, 14. Indenting paragraphs 8 to 8. Indexed sequential access method. Drivers 20 to 11. Indexing. Pages for search engines 22 to 4. Inserting. Actions in scripts 21 to 22. ActiveX controls 16 to 5. Columns, tables 9 to 8. HTML in text boxes 22 to 10. Java applets 16 to 2. Java servlets 16 to 2. Media plugin le 15, 14 tilde 15, 16. Objects into text boxes 7 to 27. QuickTime movies 15, 6 tilde 15, 9. Rows, tables 9 to 7. Shockwave le 15, 2 tilde 15, 6. Sound le 15, 11 tilde 15, 13. Variables 8 to 16. Video le 15, 9 tilde 15, 11. Installing ActiveX controls 16 to 5. Interactive media, see media le. Internal data elds. Name, changing 20 to 10. Internal data objects 20 to 6. Adding stacked pages 20 to 25. Internal links 14 to 2, 14 to 3. ISAM drivers 20 to 11. J. Java applets 16, 2-16, 4. Java li parameters 16 to 3. Java le 16 to 2. Java servlets 16, 2-16, 4. JavaScript. Expressions 21 to 23. In links 14 to 12. Joint Photographic Experts Group. See JPG/JPEG-LE. JPG/JPEG-LE 10 to 2, 20 to 9, 20 to 17. JScript 5 to 3. Publishing 5 to 5. L. Last button 1 to 8. Launching. HTML editors 1 to 18. Image editors 1 to 18. Layers, CCSS, and layers. Layout methods and design. Priorities 7 to 34. Layout options 7 to 1. Layout regions 7, 14-7, 21. Adding objects 7 to 15. Advantages in page layout 7 to 33. Assigning actions 7 to 20. Background color, settings 7 to 20. Creating 7 to 15. Dean 7 to 14. Denning as forms 7 to 19. Forms, minimizing HTML 17 to 4. Grids and guides 7 to 16. HTML output methods 7 to 17. Limitations in page layout 7 to 33. Making dynamic 7 to 20. Multiple 7 to 19. Picture background 7 to 20. Setting background. Properties 7 to 19. Solid color background 7 to 20. Table formatting preferences 7 to 18. Transparent 7 to 20. Layouts 4 to 2. Adding HTML/scripts 7 to 11. Advantages in page layout 7 to 32. Appearance 7 to 2. As forms 17 to 3. Assigning actions 7 to 13. Background color, settings 7 to 11. Background sounds 7 to 12. Browser page size 7 to 6. Creating 7 to 2. Dean 7 to 2. Denning as forms 7 to 10. External HTML 19 to 9. Ting to objects 7 to 7. HTML output methods 7 to 8. Limitations in page layout 7 to 32. Making dynamic 7 to 13. Multiple 7 to 3. Naming 7 to 3. Naming requirements 7 to 4. Picture background 7 to 12. Referencing 19 to 4. Renaming 7 to 4. Resizing 4 to 3, 7, 5-7, 7. Selecting 7 to 2. Selecting method 7 to 31. Setting background. Properties 7 to 11. Site style background color 7 to 12. Size requirements 7 to 5. Solid color background 7 to 12. Table formatting preferences 7 to 9. Text-based 7 to 1. Levels of sites 3 to 8. Lines. Drawing 11 to 7. Editing 11 to 9. Site style, editing 12 to 11. Link icon 14 to 2. Linking. To new browser window 22 to 9. To/ from frame set 23 to 3. Links 14, 2 tilde 14, 12. Adding 25 to 10. Adding anchors 14 to 5. Adding HTML 14 to 12. Adding JavaScript 14 to 12. Anchors in frames 6 to 17. Broken, resolving 25 to 11. Current page option 14 to 3. Deleting 25 to 11. Editing 14 to 3, 14 to 14. External 14 to 2. External, creating 14 to 9. External, updating 25 to 10. Li 14 to 2. Li, creating 14 to 11. Li, targeting 24 to 7. Hotspots 14 to 13. Image maps 14 to 13. Index 8. Index. Internal 14 to 2. Internal, creating 14 to 3. Managing 25, 9 tilde 25, 12. Removing 14 to 3. Smart 14 to 2. Smart, creating 14 to 7. Smart, targeting to internal. Pages 24 to 5. Smart, types 14 to 8. Specic, targeting 24 to 3. Targeted, scripting 23 to 9. Targeting in autoframes 24 to 2. Targeting to external pages 24 to 5. Targeting to internal pages 24 to 4. Text, assigning actions 21 to 17. Untargeted, browser. Refresh 24 to 10. Verifying 25 to 11. Within a frame 6 to 10. See also anchors. Live audio 15 to 11. Live video 15 to 9. Loading custom color palettes 1 to 11. Locating objects 4 to 12. Locking text box size 5 to 12, 5 to 13. M. Machine data source, external data. Objects 20 to 15. Macintosh computers. Text size in browsers 5 to 3. Macromedia Director, C Director. Macromedia Shockwave, C. Shockwave. Macromedia Website 15 to 2. Managing. Data Objects 25 to 12. Li Assets 25, 3 tilde 25, 9. Links 25, 9 tilde 25, 12. Referenced Assets 19, 9 tilde 19, 11. Script Assets 26 to 29. Site Styles 12 to 14. Variables 25 to 12. Margins. Default 1 to 16. Setting 1 to 16. Master border property 4. Sections 2 to 11. Master borders 4 to 2, 6, 2 tilde 6, 9. Applying to imported sites 3 to 10. 3 to 16. Applying to sections 6 to 8. Autoframe 6 to 9. Browser page size 7 to 6. Changing 6 to 8. Changing margins 4 to 3, 6 to 5. Converted from autoframes. Effect on HTML 22 to 3. Creating 6 to 6. Default in blank site 6 to 3. Default master border 6 to 4, 6 to 6. Defaults in import template 6 to 3. Dean 6 to 1. Deleting 6 to 9. Ting to object 6 to 5. Illustrated 6 to 2. Imported 6 to 3. Modifying 6 to 4. Properties palette 6 to 4. Renaming 6 to 8. Resizing 4 to 3, 6 to 5. Setting frame properties 6 to 16. Zero margin 6 to 2, 6 to 9. Maximizing text boxes 5 to 12, 5 to 13. Media layout. Editing 15 to 17. Inserting 15, 14 tilde 15, 16. Replacing 15 to 17. Sample 15 to 1. Media tools 15 to 2. Menu bar 1 to 4, 1 to 5. Message board. Component 18, 8 tilde 18, 11. Macintosh web servers 18 to 11. Restriction on preview 18 to 9. Unix servers 18 to 11. Messages. Custom, creating 21 to 18. Custom. Deleting 21 to 19. Displaying on mouse click 22 to 8. Hide all proles 21 to 18. Meta tag descriptions 22 to 4. Microsoft Audio Video interleaved. Le 15 to 9. Microsoft Internet Explorer. Text line spacing 5 to 3. MIDI Le 15 to 11. Modifying. Actions 21 to 26. Alt tags 4 to 10. Background color, tables 9 to 4. Layout region grid end. Guides 7 to 16. Master borders 6 to 4. Pictures 10, 6 tilde 10, 13. Server proles 26 to 11, 26 to 14. Table cell properties 9 to 6. Table cell text box properties 9 to 7. Tables 9 to 6. Text styles 8 to 12. Text styles by example 8 to 12. See also changing, customizing, editing. Mouse-driven events 21 to 8. MOV Le 15 to 7. Moving. Between pages 4 to 5. Le 3 to 21. Guides 4 to 4. Objects 4 to 9. Pictures 10 to 11. Sites 3 to 21. Moving pages 2 to 13. Moving pictures experts group. Le 15 to 9. Moving sites. Restrictions explained 3 to 17, 3 to 21. MPE/MPV Le 15 to 9. MPG/MPEG Le 15 to 9. Multi-object palette 4 to 14. Multiple forms on layout or master border 7 to 10. Multiple layout regions 7 to 19. Multiple layouts 7 to 3. My computer prole 26 to 10. N. Naming. Custom for assets 25 to 5. Form objects 17 to 5. Layouts 7 to 3, 7 to 4. Pages 2 to 14. Sites 2 to 4, 3 to 6. Navigating. Between pages 4 to 5. Navigation bars 13 to 2. Actions 13 to 3. Index. Index 9. Customizing 13 to 11. Editing 12 to 9. Primary and secondary 13 to 6. Reverting to site style 13 to 15. Setting background color 13 to 8. Setting button spacing 13 to 7. Setting display options 13 to 4. Setting type 13 to 6. Using 13, 3-13, 8. See also button navigation bars. Text navigation bars. Navigation button, custom names. Dialog, 2-16. Navigation buttons. Stacked pages 20-25. Navigation controls, see banners. Button navigation bars. Text navigation bars. Navigation tools 1-7. Navigation window button 4-5. Nested tables 5-3. HTML output option 7-9, 7-17. 26-7. Optimizing 5-7-5, 13. Publishing 5-4. Net objects. Web address 18. Net objects component. Development kit. CDK, 18-1. Net objects fusion. Folder structure 1-19. Preferences 1-12. Starting 2-2. Views 1-3. Net objects fusion components. See components 18-1. Net objects fusion connector. Component. Lotus, 18-18. 20-2. Net objects system folder 1-19. Netscape Navigator. ActiveX support 16-5. Text line spacing 5-3. New browser instance 24-3. New button 1-4. New external data source tool 20-7. New site command 2-4. Newspaper quotes 26-10. Next page button 4-5. NFT extension 3-2. NFX components, C. Components 18-1. Node extension 2-2. Node backing up 2-21. Non-alphanumeric characters. In assetly names 26-13, 26-17. In page names 2-14. Numbered lists 8-8. O. Object HTML, examples 22-8. Object icons. Hiding 7-2. Object initially visible in browser 21-6, 21-20. Object tree 4-12, 21-10. Object driven events 21-8. Objects. Accessing/adding HTML 22-6. Adding actions 21, 5-21, 16. Adding to table cells 9-6. Aligning 4-14. Aligning in text boxes 7-28. Coding your own 22-11. Copying 4-9. Distributing 4-14. Drag and drop 4-8. Editing 4-10. Embedded, aligning 7-28. Embedded, creating 7-27. Embedding 4-11. Embedding in text boxes 7-24. Embedding with drag and drop 7-26. ending 1 to 7. Inserting into text boxes 7 to 27. Layered, rearranging 4 to 13. Locating 4 to 12. Making same size 4 to 15. Moving 4 to 9. Optimizing placement on page 5 to 8. Overlapping 4 to 12, 26 to 8. Placing 4 to 7. Renaming 4 to 12. Selecting 4 to 9. Snapping to grids/guides 4 to 4. Wrapping text around 8 to 13. OCX 16 to 6. ODBC. Data Source Administrator 20 to 14. Drivers 20 to 11. Online Help 18. Open Database Connectivity. CODBC 20 to 11. Open Site Command 2 to 6. Opening. Li Assets 25 to 9. Image La in Image Editor 10 to 15. Sites 2 to 6. Optimizing Autoframes 5 to 11. Orientation, Site View 2 to 18. Outline View 2 to 19. Output Options and Design. Priorities 7 to 34. Overlapping Objects 4 to 12, 26 to 8. Page HTML Dialog 22 to 2. Page HTML, Examples 22 to 4. Page Labels 7 to 2. Page Layout. Advantages of Layout. Regions 7 to 33. Advantages of Layouts 7 to 32. Advantages of Text Boxes 7 to 31. Limitations of Layout. Regions 7 to 33. Limitations of Layouts 7 to 32. Limitations of Text Boxes 7 to 31. Options 7 to 1. Selecting Method 7 to 31. Using External HTML 7 to 30. Using Tables 7 to 30. Page Name Property 2 to 10. Page Names. Character Limit 2 to 15. Custom 2 to 15. Editing in Site View 2 to 14. Setting 13 to 9. Specifying Custom 2 to 15. Page Navigation Buttons, C. Navigation Buttons. Page Properties 2 to 9. Page Size. Index 10. Index. Requirements for Browser. Display 7 to 6. Page Tab. Preferences Dialog 1 to 15. Page Templates. Importing 3 to 13. Provided 3 to 3. Page Title, Custom Names. Dialog, 2 to 16. Page Type Property 2 to 10. Page View 1 to 3, 4 to 2. Displaying pages 4 to 2. Hiding labels, object icons. Rulers 7 to 2. Illustrated 4 to 2. Page-driven events 21 to 8. Pages. Adding 2 to 12. Centering content 22 to 4. Child 2 to 7. Containing Li assets. Displaying 25 to 6. Containing links. Displaying 25 to 10. Default size 4 to 3. Deleting 2 to 13. Displaying in page view 4 to 2. Displaying previous 1 to 8. Dynamic 21 to 2. Dynamic, building 21 to 5. Exporting 3, 17-3, 21. External, targeting links 24-5. Importing 3, 4-3, 16. Importing, HTML 4-6. Importing/exporting 3-1. Indexing for search engines 22-4. Internal, targeting links 24-4. Internal, targeting smart links 24-5. Moving 2-13. Navigating 4-5. Optimizing object placement 5-8. Page properties 2-9. Parent 2-7. Previewing 5-9. Referencing layout area 19-4. Renaming 2-14. Resizing 4-3. Selected 2-7. Selecting 2-8. Sibling 2-7. Transition, creating 22-6. Zooming on April 9th. See also stacked pages. Paragraph styles, see text styles. Paragraphs. Formatting 8-6-8-9. Indenting 8-8. Parameters. Customizing 21-13. Java 16-3. Parameters. Actions 21-12-21-14. Parent page button 4-5. Parent pages 2-7. Parent setting, HTML output. Option, 7-17. Passwords, form 17-6. Pasting text from clipboard 8-5. Paths. Frame sets 23-5. Relative 23-5. PERL5 CGI script 18-10. Permission. Publishing 26-19. Picture background. Layout regions 7-20. Layouts 7-12. Picture loader component 18-15. Picture rollover. Component 18, 11-18, 13. Browser requirements 18-11. Restriction on preview 18-11. Pictures. Adding 10, 3-10, 5. Adding text 10-12. Adding to stacked pages 20-26. Changing in banners 13-11. Changing on one button 13-13. Copying 10-11. Creating borders 10-9. Cropping 10-7. From external source 18-15. Image assets 10-13. Importing from external databases 20-17. Inserting in frame. Background 6-18. Modifying 10, 6-10, 13. Moving 10-11. Opening in image editor 10-15. Resizing 10-6. Rotating 10-8. Tiling 10-7. See also images. Placing. Copied pictures 10-12. Objects 4-7. See also adding, creating. Plugin media le 15, 14-15, 16. Plugin GIF icon 15-15. PNG le 10-2. Polygons, see shapes. Portable network graphics. See PNG le. Ports for publishing 26-19. Position-based forms 17-2. Preferences. General 1 to 12. Page 1 to 15. Preferences Dialog 1 to 12. Preview. Table structure 5 to 11. Preview button 1 to 7. Previewing. Choosing browser 1 to 13. Compared to publishing 26 to 1. Pages 5 to 9. Sites 1 to 7. Table cells 5 to 9. Previous page button 4 to 5. Primary navigation bars 12 to 4, 13 to 6. Printing site structure 2 to 19. Processing. Data with a CGI script 17 to 17. Form responses 17 to 17. Properties. Autoframe 6 to 9. Color 2 to 10, 2 to 11. Comments 2 to 11. Custom names 2 to 10, 2 to 11. Edit ELD 17 to 6. Master border for sections 2 to 11. Master border 6 to 4. Page and section 2 to 9. Page name 2 to 10. Page type 2 to 10. Publication, customized 26 to 23. Publication, published date 26 to 23. Index. Index 11. Publication, suppressing page / asset 26 to 24. Publication, viewing / setting 26 to 23. Publish / don't publish 2 to 11. Site 2 to 17. Site view 2 to 17. Status, pages, 2 to 10. Status, sections, 2 to 11. Text boxes 8 to 5. Properties palette 1 to 5, 1 to 13, 4 to 2. Protected director left 15 to 2. Publication properties. Customized 26 to 23. Publication, forcing 25 to 4. Publish setting, HTML output. Option, 7 to 8. Publish view 1 to 4, 26 to 3. Publish / don't publish property. Pages 2 to 11. Sections 2 to 11. Publishing. Aliased folders 26, 17 tilde 26, 20. 26 to 22. Asset type directory. Structure 26 to 4. Base directory 26 to 29. CGI directory 26 to 18. Compared to previewing 26 to 1. Configuring setup 26 to 4. Creating custom folders 26 to 21. CSS and layers 5 to 5. Customizing directory. Structure 26, 21 tilde 26, 24. Data, see data publishing. Deleting folders 26 to 22. Directory structure. Setting 26, 4 tilde 26, 7. External HTML 19 to 11. Rewalls 26 to 27. At directory structure 26 to 4. Guidelines 26 to 26. HTML comments 26 to 9. HTML output types 26 to 7. HTML output. Setting 26, 7 tilde 26, 10. JScript 5 to 5. Nested tables 5 to 4. Overlapping objects 26 to 8. Overview 26 to 2. Properties, suppressing page / asset 26 to 24. Properties, viewing / setting 26 to 23. Proxy servers 26 to 27. Quotation marks, selecting 26 to 10. Read-only folders, pages. Assets 26 to 23. Rearranging directory. Structure 26 to 22. Regular tables 5 to 5. Remote host 26 to 29. Remote server access. Checklist 26, 29 tilde 26, 31. Renaming custom let 26 to 21. Renaming custom folders 26 to 21. Script assets, managing 26 to 29. Server proles 26, 10 tilde 26, 20. Servers port and permission. Settings 26 to 19. Setting method for sites 26 to 8. Site section directory. Structure 26 to 5. Sites 26, 24 tilde 26, 28. Special assets 26 to 28. Special character sets 26 to 9. To Unix servers 26 to 17. Unmanaged assets 19 to 13. Q. Quality options, flash and splash. Le 15 to 6. QuickTime movies. Inserting 15, 6 tilde 15, 9. QuickTime plugin 15 to 6. Quotation marks in published. Sites 26 to 10. R. RA/RAM Le 15 to 12. Radio button tool 17 to 8. Radio buttons 17 to 4, 17 to 8. Rapid prototyping module. Le 15 to 9. Read-only folders, pages. Assets 26 to 23. Real audio Le 15 to 12. Real space flashpics Le 15 to 14. Rearranging layered objects 4 to 13. Rectangles, C-shapes. Referenced HTML. Editing 19, 13 tilde 19, 15. See also external HTML. Referencing. External HTML 19 to 1. Layout area of pages 19 to 4. Sites 19, 2 tilde 19, 4. Regular tables 5 to 3. HTML output option 7 to 9, 7 to 18. 26 to 7. Publishing 5 to 5. Relative alignment 10 to 13, 11 to 5. 12 to 8. Relative paths 23 to 5. Remote host 26 to 29. Remote publish server prol 26 to 10. Remote server access. Checklist 26, 29 tilde 26, 31. Removing. Columns, tables 9 to 8. Links 14 to 3. Rows, tables 9 to 8. Site styles 12 to 15. Renaming. Le 26 to 21. Folders 26 to 21. Layouts 7 to 4. Master borders 6 to 8. Objects 4 to 12. Pages 2 to 14. Replacing. Li assets 25 to 6. Media Le 15 to 17. Text 8 to 20. Reset button 17 to 12. Resizing. Columns, tables 9 to 7. Frames 6 to 17. Layouts 4 to 3, 7, 5 tilde 7, 7. Layouts to objects 7 to 7. Master borders 4 to 3, 6 to 5. Master borders to objects 6 to 5. Pages 4 to 3. Pictures 10 to 6. Rows, tables 9 to 7. Rich media, see media le. Rich music format le 15 to 12. RMF le 15 to 12. Index 12. Index. Rotating picture. Component 18, 16 tilde 18, 17. Restriction on preview 18 to 16. Rotating pictures 10 to 8. Rotating text. In banners and buttons 12 to 8. In drawn objects 11 to 5. In pictures 10 to 13. Rounded rectangles, C shapes. Rows, HTML output option, 7 to 9. 7 to 18. Rows, tables. Inserting 9 to 7. Removing 9 to 8. Resizing 9 to 7. RPM le 15 to 9. Rulers. Hiding 7 to 2. Showing/hiding 4 to 5. S. Sample media le 15 to 1. Sample sites 3, 2 tilde 3, 4. Samples folder 1 to 19. Saving sites 1 to 13, 2 to 7. Scale options, flash and splash. Le 15 to 6. Scripted frames, using 23 to 3. Scripting. Custom actions 21, 20 tilde 21, 25. Default target frame 23 to 8. Frames, overview 23, 3 tilde 23, 4. Targeted links 23 to 9. Scripts. Adding 22 to 2. Adding to layouts 7 to 11. Inserting in actions 21 to 22. Managing assets 26 to 29. Scroll bars on frames 6 to 17. Scrolling lists 17 to 4, 17 to 10. Scrolling messages 18 to 5. Search engines. Directory structure 4. Publishing 26 to 5. Indexing pages 22 to 4. Secondary navigation bars 12 to 4. 13 to 6. Sections 2 to 9. Applying master border 6 to 8. Printing structure 2 to 19. Properties 2 to 9. Selected page 2 to 7. Selecting. Layouts 7 to 2. Objects 4 to 9. Pages 2 to 8. Sections 2 to 9. Table cell 9 to 5. Tables 9 to 4. Text boxes in table cells 9 to 5. Tools from U1 to 6. Selective server component. Fundera, 18 to 18, 20 to 2. Server proles 26, 10 tilde 26, 20. Adding 26 to 11, 26 to 14. Denning for local. Publishing 26 to 10. Denning for remote. Publishing 26 to 13. Modifying 26 to 11, 26 to 14. Options 26 to 10. Servers. Port and permission. Settings 26 to 19. Proxy, publishing with 26 to 27. Server-side image maps 14 to 13. Set action dialog. Object tree 21 to 10. Target browse 21 to 10. When L 21 to 8. Setting. Background color, navigation. Bars 13 to 8. Banner style 13 to 9, 13 to 10. Button navigation bar display. Levels 13 to 5. Button navigation bar style 13 to 7. Director properties 15 to 5. Flashlight properties 15 to 5. Frame background 6 to 18. Frame properties 6 to 16. Home page name 26 to 12. Layout background color 7 to 11. Layout background. Properties 7 to 11. Layout region background. Color 7 to 20. Layout region background. Properties 7 to 19. Layout regions HTML output. Method 7 to 17. Layouts HTML output. Method 7 to 8. Margins 1 to 16. Navigation bar button. Spacing 13 to 7. Navigation bar display. Options 13 to 4. Navigation bar type 13 to 6. Page name 13 to 9. Preferences 1 to 12. Publishing method for sites 26 to 8. Publishing properties 26 to 23. Splashly properties 15 to 5. Table formatting preferences 4. Layout regions 7 to 18. Table formatting preferences 4. Layouts 7 to 9. Text box properties 8 to 5. Units of measurement 1 to 15. Settings. Backing up sites 1 to 17. Shapes. Adding text 11 to 4. Drawing 11 to 2. Editing lines of polygons 11 to 3. Varying curve of rounded. Rectangles 11 to 3. Sharing site Le 3 to 21. Shockwave audio Le 15 to 2. Shockwave Le. Formats 15 to 2. Inserting 15, 2 tilde 15, 6. Shockwave for director Le 15 to 2. Shockwave plugin 15 to 2. Shortcut menus 1 to 9. Show, HTML table. Layout. Properties palette 5 to 10. Showing toolbars 1 to 6. SHTML extension 2 to 16. Sibling pages 2 to 7. Simple text ELDS. Dean 20 to 9. Single line text ELDS see edit ELDS. Site let 2 to 2. Index. Index 13. Saving to network / another. Computer 2 to 3. Sharing 3 to 21. See also sites. Site mapper component 18 6 tilde 18 8. Restriction on preview 18 to 7. Site names. Character limit 2 to 4, 3 to 6. Site navigation window 4 to 6. Site outline view 2 to 20. Site section directory structure. Publishing 26 to 5. Site structure 2 to 7. Expanding and collapsing 2 to 18. Printing 2 to 19. Site tab 2 to 17. Site tools 2 to 8. Site view 1 to 3, 2 to 1, 2 to 5. Background color 2 to 18. Collapsing/expanding. Structure 2 to 18. Orientation 2 to 18. Properties 2 to 17. Sites. Author name 2 to 17. Backing up 1 to 17, 2 to 21. Blank, default master border 6 to 3. Converting 3 to 7. Creating 2 to 3. Creating from existing 3 to 9. Creating from templates 3, 4 tilde 3, 6. Distributing 3 to 21. Expanding 3 to 11. Exporting 3, 17 tilde 3, 21. Import guidelines, creating new. Sites 3, 7 tilde 3, 9. Import limits 3 to 8. Imported, domain names 3 to 16. Importing 3, 4 tilde 3, 16. Importing existing sites 3 to 14. Importing from local drive 3 to 7. Importing/exporting 3 to 1. Levels 3 to 8. Moving 3 to 21. Moving/copying, restrictions. Explain 3 to 17, 3 to 21. Naming 2 to 4. 3 to 6. Opening 2 to 6. Opening, last automatically 1 to 13. Outline options 2 to 19. Previewing 1 to 7. Publishing 26, 24 tilde 26, 28. Publishing compared to. Preview 26 to 1. Referencing 19, 2 tilde 19, 4. Sample 3, 2 tilde 3, 4. Saving 1 to 13, 2 to 7. Setting publishing method 26 to 8. Using sites not built with. NetObjects Fusion 3 to 14. See also site layout. Site styles 1 to 4. Adding 12 to 14. Adding all 12 to 15. Applying 12 to 4. Background color 4. Layouts 7 to 12. Creating 12 to 12. Customizing templates 3 to 19. Dean 12 to 2. Editing 12, 5 tilde 12, 12, 12 to 16. Elements 12 to 3. Folder structure 12 to 16. Importing 12 to 14. Lines, adding 11 to 7. Lines, editing 12 to 11. Managing 12 to 14. Removing 12 to 15. Text color 12 to 11. Text in banners and buttons 12 to 7. Updating list 12 to 15. Size requirements for layouts 7 to 5. Size to layout. External HTML 19 to 9. Sizing. Multiple objects 4 to 15. Text box 7, 21 tilde 7, 24. Smart links 14 to 2. Creating 14 to 7. Dean 14 to 7. Stacked pages 20 to 25. Targeting to internal pages 24 to 5. Types 14 to 8. Snapping objects to grids/guides 4 to 4. Solid color background. Layout regions 7 to 20. Layouts 7 to 12. Sorting site outline view 2 to 20. Sound left 15, 11 tilde 15, 13. Sounds. Background 7 to 12. Li formats 7 to 12. Spaces. In asset li names 26 to 13, 26 to 17. In page names 2 to 14. Special character sets 26 to 9. Specifying. Action messages 21 to 10. Custom page names 2 to 15. Targets 21 to 9. Trigger events 21 to 7. Spell check 8 to 18. SPL left 15 to 2. Splash left 15 to 2. Setting properties 15 to 5. SQL data sources. Creating external data. Objects 20, 14 tilde 20, 17. Stacked pages 20, 22 tilde 20, 26. Add navigation buttons. Option 20 to 21. Adding for internal data 20 to 25. Adding navigation buttons 20 to 25. Adding pictures 20 to 26. Adding text 20 to 26. Dean 20 to 3. Deleting 20 to 26. Designing 20 to 22. Display all else option 20 to 21. Image let and assets view 25 to 4. Using smart links 20 to 25. See also pages. Standard toolbar 1 to 5, 4 to 15. Starting. A blank site 2 to 4. Net objects fusion 2 to 2. Status property. Pages 2 to 10. Sections 2 to 11. Straight quotes 26 to 10. Structural links, see Smart Links 14 to 2. Structured query language. SQL, 20 to 14. Style elements 12 to 3. Style view 1 to 4, 12 to 2. 12 to 3. Styles folder 1 to 19. Sub-buttons 18 to 4. Submit button 17 to 12. Index 14. Index. Suppressing. Actions 21 to 26. Page or asset properties 26 to 24. SWA left 15 to 2. SWF left 15 to 2. Symbols. Inserting in text 8 to 13. T. Tab character in text boxes 8 to 8. Table cells. Adding objects 9 to 6. Adding text 9 to 6. Modifying properties 9 to 6. Modifying text box properties 9 to 7. Previewing 5 to 9. Selecting 9 to 5. Selecting text boxes 9 to 5. Table tool 9 to 3. Tables. Adding 9 to 3. Dean 9 to 2. Forms 17 to 3. Inserting columns 9 to 8. Inserting rows 9 to 7. Modifying 9 to 6. Modifying cell properties 9 to 6. Modifying cell text box. Properties 9 to 7. Removing columns 9 to 8. Removing rows 9 to 8. Resizing columns and rows 9 to 7. Selecting 9 to 4. Selecting cells 9 to 5. Using 9 to 2. Using fro page layout 7 to 30. Targeting. Dean 23-7. Lee links 24-7. Full browser window 24-8. Links in autoframes 24-2. Links to external pages 24-5. Links to internal pages 24-4. New browser window 24-9. Smart links to internal pages 24-5. Specific links 24-3. Targets 21-3. Object tree 21-10. Specifying 21-9. Templates 2-3, 3, 2-3, 4. Auto site 3-3. Blank site 3-2. Creating sites 3, 4-3, 6. Customizing 3, 18-3, 20. Form templates, provided 3-3. Import guidelines 3, 12-3, 13. Importing into sites 3, 11-3, 14. Page templates, provided 3-3. Templates folder 1-19. Text. Adding to pictures 10-12. Adding to shapes 11-4. Adding to stacked pages 20-26. Adding to table cells 9-6. Adding with drag and drop 8-5. Adding with text tool 8-4. Alignment 10-13, 11-5, 12-8. Banners and buttons. Site styles 12-7. Clearing wrapping objects 8-15. Color. Site styles 12-11. Ending 8-19. Formatting 8-6-8, 9. Line spacing in browsers 5-3. Pasting from clipboard 8-5. Replacing 8-20. Rotating in banners and buttons 12-8. Rotating in drawn objects 11-5. Rotating in pictures 10-13. Submitting responses 17-14. Symbols 8-13. Word count 8-20. Wrapping around objects 8-13. Text boxes 8-2. Advantages in page layout 7-31. Aligning objects 7-28. As object 8-3. As text editor 8-2. Assigning actions 7-30. Denning as forms 7-29. Embedding objects 7-24. Inserting HTML 22-10. Inserting objects 7-27. Inserting symbols 8-13. Limitations in page layout 7-31. Locking minimum size 5-12, 5-13. Making dynamic 7-30. Maximizing automatically 5-12. 5-13. Minimum height 7-22. Modifying properties in table. Cells 9-7. Properties 8-5. Scaling to browser window 7-23. Scaling to layout 7-23. Selecting in table cells 9-5. Sizing 7, 21-7, 24. Solid handles 8-3. Transparent handles 8-2. Using 7, 21-7, 30. Wrapping to browser. Window 5-12, 5-13. Text ELDs. Formatted 20-9. Multiple line, adding 17-7. Simple 20-9. See also variables. Text le. Importing 4 to 8. Submitting data 17 to 14. Text links. Assigning actions 21 to 17. Text navigation bars 13 to 2, 13 to 3. Default location 13 to 2. See also navigation bars. Text styles. Applying 8 to 6. Creating 8 to 9. Modifying 8 to 12. Modifying by example 8 to 12. Text-based forms 17 to 2. Text-based layout 7 to 1. Thumbnail 10 to 3. Ticker tape component 18, 5-18, 6. Tiling pictures 10 to 7. Time-based picture. Component 18, 13-18, 14. Restriction on preview 18 to 13. Title bar 1 to 5. Illustrated 1 to 4. Toolbars 1 to 6, 4 to 2. Advanced 4 to 16. Components 4 to 17. Yuts 1 to 6. Form 4 to 18. Hiding, showing 1 to 6. Index. Index 15. Illustrated 1 to 4. Standard 4 to 15. Tools. Data list 20 to 7. Form handler tool 17 to 14. Forms button tool 17 to 13. Forms checkbox tool 17 to 9. Forms combo box tool 17 to 11. Forms edit field tool 17 to 6. Forms multi-line tool 17 to 7. Media 15 to 2. New external data source 20 to 7. Radio button tool 17 to 8. Site 2 to 8. Zoom in/out 2 to 11, 4 to 9. Trademark symbol. Inserting in text 8 to 13. Transition pages. Creating 22 to 6. Transparency dropper 10 to 11. Transparent giflet 10 to 10. Transparent handles 8 to 2. Transparent layout region. Color 7 to 20. Trigger events 21 to 3, 21 to 7. Tutorial folder 1 to 20. Unit of measurement 1 to 15. Universal resource locators, C. URLs. Unix servers. Publishing to 26 to 17. Updating. External links 25 to 10. Site style list 12 to 15. URLs. External links 14 to 9. Protocol 14 to 10. User resizable frame option 6 to 17. User scrollable option, frame 6 to 17. User sites folder 1 to 20, 2 to 3. User-defined variables 8 to 16. Using. Banners 13, 8-13, 10. Color palettes 1 to 11. Components 18 to 1. Image assets 10 to 13. Navigation bars 13, 3-13, 8. Shortcut menus 1 to 9. Site navigation window 4 to 6. Tables 9 to 2. Text boxes 7, 21-7, 30. Variables. Adding 25 to 12. Deleting 25 to 14. Editing 25 to 13. Inserting in text 8 to 16. Managing 25 to 12. Userdeemed 8 to 16. See also text elds. Verifying. Lee assets 25 to 8. Links 25 to 11. Vertical position 10 to 13, 11 to 5, 12 to 8. Video Lee formats 15 to 9. Video Le. Inserting 15, 9 tilde 15, 11. Viewing. Publishing properties 26 to 23. Sitemap 18 to 6. Views 1 to 3. Assets view 1 to 4, 25 to 2. Displaying previous 1 to 8. Page view 1 to 3, 4 to 2. Publish view 1 to 4, 26 to 3. Site view 1 to 3, 2 to 5. Style view 1 to 4, 12 to 2. Virtual folders, see aliased folders. Viv 15 to 9. Vivo Active Producer 15 to 9. Volume, QuickTime Movies 15 to 8. VRML 15 to 14. W. Warning icon 4 to 19. Wave 15 to 11. Web address, NetObjects 18. Websites, see NetObjects website. WebStar 2.0 Web Server 18 to 11. When message menus 21 to 8. Window components. Illustrated 1 to 4. Window size at startup 1 to 13. Windows ODBC data source. Administrator 20 to 14. Word count 8 to 20. Wrapping text around objects 8 to 13. Wrapping text boxes to browser. Window 5 to 12, 5 to 13. WYSIWYG text in browsers 1 to 14. Z. 0 margins master border 6 to 2. 6 to 9, 7 to 24, 7 to 31, 19 to 12. Selecting 6 to 4. Zoom tools 2 to 11, 4 to 9. Index 16. Index.